Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, we're going to dive into some Eagles talk today because the Eagles began OTAs yesterday. But you know what we can't do? Ignore the Philadelphia Phillies, who set a franchise record last night. Unbelievable start to the season through 50 games. We're going to talk more about the Fightins today on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade Salciunas.
Stars in cities, especially like Philadelphia, they are always on the map, and we should expect more winning out of them.
And we'll go to the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. I am a believer that your best player, I think there is also a responsibility as the team spokesperson.
Kincade Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Thursday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
Nice drive right into work, and then it's raining now, but it'll be fine for the Phillies, it looks like.
Well, that's all that matters, and hopefully the Phillies can win their 37th game of the season
What did you say? Check the numbers. That's not right.
They are 36-14 through 50 games this season.
Are you sure?
36-14, Johnny, which sets a franchise record through their first 50 games. This franchise is going back to 1883. They set a franchise record today. They go 19-9 in the month of April, which was a franchise record for wins in the month of April. They are 16-3.
Those three games they lost, though.
In May.
Can we review them in like the 8 o'clock hour?
Yeah,
the three games they lost.
Why they lost those games.
Why did they lose those games?
Should that
What's
be a
the
worry
problem?
for you moving forward? 610-632-0975. Dude, it's unbelievable. They just keep on winning. They welcome the defending World Series champions into town this week. They take game one. It was tight, 5-2. It got dicey in the ninth inning, but they get the win. Yesterday, they just bludgeon the Rangers. Bludgeon 3 more home runs for the Phillies. I mean, the bats are alive.
I think that was the worst played game that I've ever seen. And that's a big statement.
Yeah.
The game the Rangers played
4 errors, dude. That'll do it.
And there were others that weren't errors.
Yeah.
Like the flip at second base. That wasn't. I mean, there were so many weird things that happened last night. They look like a team that just is discombobulated. Whereas the Phillies, even when they fell behind last night, there's no you don't even blink with this team when they fall behind early.
No, because at any given moment the bats can come to life, and they're down 2-0 in the bottom of the second. They scored 2 runs, then 1 run in the third, then 3 runs in the fourth, then 4 runs in the sixth. The crooked numbers when you look at the box score, innings 1 through 9, and you see 3 different crooked numbers, 2, 3, and 4. You just realize that this offense can catch fire at any time. And then, of course, there's guys that can do damage with one swing of the bat. Edmundo Sosa, that guy does not cheat any swing.
No.
Right? I know he struck out 3 times yesterday, but that guy just takes daddy hacks every time he goes up to the plate, and he launches a home run yesterday. This is a guy that just comes off your bench.
Another thing that he's doing, though, is he's contributing. They need him right now.
They do.
Like, he's a guy that they need, and he seems to, and they talked about it on the broadcast last night, it seems like every game he does something, and he contributes something. And there's so many guys on this roster that you could say, this guy, almost every game, they contribute something. This team's special, and it's so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
They are an incredible team to watch.
I mean, every single player, no, not every single player, but most of the players got on base yesterday. But Kyle Schwarber, he goes 0 for 2, right? Doesn't get a hit yesterday. 3 walks. Right?
That's fantastic.
Real Muto, 2 for 5. He hits the home run. Bryce Harper, 1 for 4, also draws a walk. Alec Boehm just drives in 2 more runs, by the way.
That's incredible.
Let me just drive in 2 more RBI, my league leading in RBIs. Bryson Stott gets a hit yesterday. Castellanos goes 0 for 3, but draws 2 walks. Brandon Marsh goes 2 for 4. Edmundo Sosa goes 1 for 4. The only guy that doesn't get a hit or a walk is Johan Rojas, and you know what? That's kind of what we were talking about before the season started, that they're going to win ball games despite sometimes he not having a hit in the game because of his glove and obviously because of the other 8 guys in the lineup that can do absolute damage. And they did more damage last night. An 11 spot, man.
I can't get over it. The Alec Boehm thing, though, and I know that Ruben Amaro Jr. last night on the broadcast was gushing about it, and I don't think he was even gushing enough. What his ability to step up in clutch situations, you almost just assume now that they're going to get something out of it. His approach at the plate is great. And it is, I think people forget, though, sometimes, he was the number 3 pick in the draft.
He was.
Like, I mean, people are like, oh, my gosh, this guy's I heard the coming out of nowhere yesterday from a caller here on our station, like, well, this guy's coming out of nowhere. No, imagine if you took somebody number 3 in the NFL draft.
Yeah, but baseball's such a crapshoot, man. I've seen
It
guys
is.
that have drafted number 1 and number 2 that have never panned out.
Oh, they have.
Not Mickey Moniak.
Yeah,
They have.
yeah, exactly.
Well, that's just bad picking.
But even drafting 3rd overall, I don't know how many people are going, yeah, we're drafting a guy 3rd overall, and we know that he's going to hit 330.
No.
And he's going to drive in 46 runs through 50 games, John. In his last 10 games, there have only been 3 games where he's not driven on a run. Like, that doesn't happen.
No, wait a minute, though, too. And we got to credit, and I'm not taking anything away from Alec Boehm, who's fantastic, is this lineup sets the table for everyone.
Oh, yeah, guys get on base. Guys get on base.
There is RBI opportunities for everyone in this lineup. And it's truly incredible right now what we're seeing. I've never seen any. I have honestly, and I'm going to tell you, in a regular season, you guys are too young. I remember the 83 Sixers.
Okay.
And I remember how they just trucked people.
They just rolled, yeah.
I mean, but they just, it was embarrassing how lopsided the entire season was. It almost got like the regular season got to be such a yawn that by February, everybody was just like, can we get to the playoffs?
Can we get to the playoffs, right.
And then when they got to the playoffs and Moses Malone said, faux.
And it almost was.
It was faux 5-0.
It almost was.
But it was all about just a rampage.
Yeah.
This is a rampage. This is the biggest rampage I've seen since that team, and I'm not in high school anymore.
Right.
So that's why it's so incredible to think about.
It's amazing, and I don't see it ending anytime soon, which we'll get into at some point today because the schedule stays light for a couple more weeks, and really we talked about it yesterday. The most difficult stretch doesn't come till the first week of July.
We're gonna have
that's 5-6 weeks from now.
They're gonna have a month of June that is going to start next weekend. That is going to be an opportunity for them to continue to pad this record.
Yeah.
Before they go into that Braves, Diamondbacks. I mean, it's Braves, Dodgers, Diamondbacks, I believe. There's the stretch.
Oh no, the stretch is Cubs, Braves,
it's Cubs,
Dodgers.
Braves, Dodgers.
That's a stretch of 9 games. But before that, like you play.
No,
I know you play the Diamondbacks before that, but they're 2 games under 500. Like the Phillies have a road ahead of them where, like you said, John, they should continue to add to that win total, and they did it again last night. 36-14 through 50 games this season, setting a franchise record, a franchise that dates back to 1883. So overall, Phillies excitement. We'll be giving it to you all day long today on Kincade and Salciunas. We would love to hear from you as well. I mean, this team is just a joy to watch. You used the word joyous yesterday. I think that continues today. They're a team that has become must-watch television. Every at-bat you don't want to miss because you never know when the ball might leave the yard or when a base hit might drive in 2. I mean, that's what this baseball team does. So I want to continue the Phillies celebration. We're just going to keep on riding that high of the Phillies because they are riding that high of this 50-game start where they are 36-14. But I promised we're also going to get in an Eagles conversation today. So,
we knew that.
A couple weeks ago, I'll pull you behind the curtain. We did like a little brainstorming session where we came up with a list of topics that we can get into regarding the Eagles. And
throughout the course of the summertime when you're...
Right. Because obviously sometimes things are slower. And so we got to go, all right, what's the Eagles topic that we can get into? And one of the first things that was said was roster comparison. But what we're going to do today is not compare the 2024 Eagles to the 2023 Eagles. We're going to compare them to the team that got to the Super Bowl last. So I'm going to make you go back a whole 2 years. I'm going to make you go back.
I think the audience is up for the challenge.
To the 2022 Eagles. Because here's the deal. The ultimate goal is to get to a Super Bowl, right? That's the ultimate goal. If you are a playoff team.
NFC champ, win a championship, win the NFC, win the East, then win an NFC championship, then go to the Super Bowl.
Right, absolutely. In that order. But ultimately you go, all right, the crown jewel is winning the Super Bowl.
It is.
And I know we haven't really dove deep into it. We have flirted with the idea of how this team may have Super Bowl expectations this season. We've just flirted with the idea of it. We haven't really gone too crazy because, let's face it, last year was crazy.
It was
Going
wild.
from 10-1 to 11-6 tells you that there were issues within the inner workings of the Philadelphia Eagles and not necessarily talent. And it looks like they've improved talent-wise during this offseason, but we don't know, have they improved culture-wise? That was the biggest issue last year, right?
I would think
You don't spiral without culture issues.
No, there were culture issues. I just think that's such a vague term.
Well, because it is vague. We don't know.
Leader, to me, I look at it as I believe there was a disconnect between players, coaches, players, and players. And that's part of the culture.
Right.
You got to come to work and you got to be productive with everybody.
And it's vague because we don't exactly know the story. We really don't. We've heard 50 different angles, but nobody's really said anything.
No.
Right? It's like, oh, yeah, Jeff McClain has said that Hurts and Sirianni need to maybe nurture their relationship a little bit. There's been whispers about Jalen Hurts being upset with the firing of Brian Johnson. There have been players that have gone on podcasts that have probably said a little too much, or Kenneth Gainwell maybe didn't really say anything at all. He just kind of said that nobody was talking to each other. So you hear
Which,
that.
by the way, is damning.
Right, it is damning. It is damning.
That's not something that's potentially good.
Right. So you hear things, but we don't know the overall story. But all we can do right now on May 23rd is look at things on paper. And so what we want to do today is compare this Eagles roster to the team that got to the Super Bowl 2 years ago in 2022, because that is the ultimate goal, is getting back to the Super Bowl. Is this team as good as what we saw 2 years ago? And I want to ask this question as well. Are you going to let yourself be confident? So Adam Schefter joined us yesterday, and I love that he said this. We asked him, or we didn't ask him about wins, losses. We didn't do W's and L's with Adam Schefter. But
he appreciated that, by the way.
He did.
He did say.
But he said that without even looking at the schedule, the Eagles' baseline, as long as everything goes well, should be 12 wins. Here he is talking with us yesterday about his confidence in the Eagles franchise this season.
Who in that division is going to knock them off that perch? Who in that division truly represents a threat to them? Who in that division would you look at today and say you fear that team? There's not a team in that division right now that you're concerned about right now. Now, that doesn't mean that the season couldn't start and Dallas couldn't get rolling. Jaden Daniels couldn't turn into Lamar Jackson 2.0. I got it. Any one of those things could happen. That's just always makes the football season so intriguing and so interesting, is that there are developments that we did not anticipate in any way, shape, or form. But going in, I like the Eagles' talent. I like the Eagles' coaching staff. I like that in their division, there's nobody else that really scares me. It's all those things together. And when you put them all together, for whatever that's worth on May 22nd, then to me 12-5 is plausible.
So I want to ask you guys this question. He said 12-5. He gave that number.
He just said that should be the baseline.
That should be the baseline. And he didn't even look at the schedule. He's just thinking, all right, division, talent of the Eagles. They bring in Vic Fangio. They bring in Kellen Moore.
I mean, he looks at it. He says the Giants are not ready to win.
Right.
The Commanders have a rookie quarterback who they are going to probably throw to the Wolves.
Right.
With a new head coach and a roster that has had the most turnover in the NFL.
Yes.
And then you get the Cowboys, who are, honestly, it's team turmoil. Everybody on a one-year contract, which is going to have them like as nervous as, cats in a room full of rocking chairs.
Yeah, I imagine.
It's going to not be fun. That's a pressure-packed, and we know how the Cowboys deal with pressure.
Yes,
Dak
wonderfully. Does so well at that.
They do wonderfully with
So I have a question, and we're going to compare the two rosters today because we're going to start thinking, all right, can they be that Super Bowl team? I don't want to go too far
not
yet
too far.
on May 23rd. But my first question to start off with you guys on the phones and the text line, 610-632-0975. And I want your answers, John and Connor. Do you have that same confidence as Shefty? Now, we have looked at the schedule. We did the W's and L's. But do you have that same schedule where you don't even have to look at the schedule? You know where the Eagles stand in the NFC East. You know what they have talent-wise. You know what they did during the offseason with the coordinators, bringing in Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. Do you have that same confidence, or are you still going to try to keep yourself grounded because of what happened last year, which was more than just talent, which was more than just probably bad coordinators? There was a lot of issues that happened with the Eagles last season that we still don't know the true story of. But are you going to allow yourself to have that kind of confidence that Shefty is showing right then?
I refuse to be skeptical.
Okay.
I can be skeptical about chemistry, which you can.
Yep.
But when I'm evaluating teams, I always have to go with I love the coordinator hires. So if that ends up – like if Vic Fangio comes in here and this defense craps the bed, I'm going to feel really stupid because I am a believer that he's going to come in here. There's an adult in charge. I love Kellen Moore. You know I am Kellen Moored up. So I refuse to be skeptical when I look at the roster and I look at the coordinators. To me, I think 12 that's perfectly fine. 12, and I also, from looking at the NFC, and I am a schedule geek.
Yes, you are.
Or you could just say a geek. 13 wins the top seed. I will tell you right now, whoever gets to 13.
The race to 13.
Whoever gets to 13 is going to be the top seed in the NFC. And so, to me, that is the goal. Win the division, win the conference, have that top seed, but get that division first. I don't see any way they're not winning the division. Honestly, I really don't.
And you know how I feel. I said it's going to be comfortable. Like,
yeah,
I think they have a 2 or 3 game lead of the Cowboys come the end of the season, and I lean more toward 2.
You think game 18 means nothing?
That's why I lean more toward 2. I think they beat the Cowboys in Week 17, which gives them the 3-game lead, and then they go, oh wait, we don't have to play anybody Week 18.
Right.
And then maybe the Cowboys win a game that they need to win.
The only way you would play Week 18, most likely in your scenario, would be is you're tied with the Packers.
You're looking for the 1 seed.
You're tied. You want the 1 seed. You want that bye week, and it is really important, so you'd fight for it. But overall, like Bill Colorillo said the other day, he was like, why is Jalen Hurts' passing yardage for the year at 3,600 and a half yards on a lot of the betting sites? That seems crazy. I said, could it be that they're looking at the Eagles saying he's going to be taking fourth quarters off, which is, by the way, one of the greatest things that I love about Nick Sirianni. If I'm putting things in Nick Sirianni's check column, I love the fact that unlike Tom Brady and unlike Peyton Manning and other quarterbacks,
they take him out.
They take him out of games and let someone else, take him out of risk. But to me, it also might mean they're looking at the end of the year saying the Eagles are going to be home free. We don't know how many games he's going to play. He may be sitting out.
I'm actually surprised that Bill thinks that's too low.
Yeah, he thought it was too low.
I think that's a great number for Hurts.
I think it's almost a perfect number.
He had
but I think for that
3,800
reason,
last year, 3,700 the year before.
And I think he's going to have some fourth quarters off this year.
Yeah, I think. And look, you
which
also
takes
have
away
Saquon
from that.
Barkley,
Right.
Maybe there's a little bit more of a ground game this year.
And that doesn't bother you, the 3,600.
No, I don't care.
You could but I mean, as far as you could go, hey, I don't care if Dak throws for 4,800, Jalen throws for 3,600, and the Eagles just absolutely thump them in the division.
Yeah, if the Eagles win 13 games, I don't care about stats.
care about stats. Exactly.
Connor, do you have the same confidence that Shefty shows there where you cannot even look at the schedule, you expect them to win the 12 games, you expect them to win the division, or are you going to try to keep yourself grounded because we know what happened last year?
I don't see any way this team doesn't win the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
It's going to be no, I'm kidding. You have to be confident in this roster, though. It's impossible to look at the skill of the. I think last year was an anomaly. I have since it ended. I don't see that as it's going to happen again. That was one of the worst collapses in NFL history.
Atrocious.
And there was no clear explanation of it that was football related. It felt almost like it stemmed organizationally, and I don't think that's going to carry over because there's such an ironclad organization culture-wise. I really think that you just look at how good this roster is going to be and say they got to win 12 or 13 games. They have to.
I think that's the one thing I'm worried about. You say, I don't think it's going to carry over. I don't know. I don't know how bad it got. Right, I know Hassan Reddick's not here anymore, and there's been whispers that maybe Hassan Reddick was part of the problem. But did they get rid of? I don't think one guy tore down a 53-man roster. I'm sure there were a couple.
No, you're right.
There might be still some players that are on the roster right now that were a part of the problem last year.
I believe right now, if I was to put the storylines, Sean Desai getting demoted, I think was one of the major problems down the stretch.
And Sirianni not talking to not the entire roster, but he got the core group of players that you could speak to. He did not speak to anybody.
Correct. He did it reportedly, whether it was his decision or from upstairs.
Yeah.
And you and I both believe it came from upstairs.
Yeah.
Then the Jalen and AJ go rogue, cost them the Seattle game, and AJ and Jalen stop talking, won't talk about it. Sirianni looks like a moron. by taking the blame for them. That's another issue. It's like there were one after two, and then you have players start to talk about guys who are out there doing their own thing. Freelancing.
So,
I believe the term was freelancing from Fletcher Cox and others.
But that's the one thing that kind of keeps me grounded is does it carry over? And that's why I keep on thinking about what B. West said to Bob. On day one of Kincade and Salciunas, day one of Bob Cooney middays, they better get off to a hot start. And if they do, winning is the best cure to everything.
And this schedule's not set up for a hot start, I don't believe.
Okay. Well, 3-1.
I think it's I think
3-1's hot start.
4 conference games is a challenge.
It is a challenge. All right, so coming up next, I want to get some of your reaction on the question today at 610-632-0975. You can call in or text in. Do you have that same confidence that Shefty has, or are you going to try to keep yourself grounded? We'll start to compare this Eagles roster to the team that got to the Super Bowl just 2 years ago, and also a quick look at the Phillies schedule, because I don't think this run stops anytime soon. 36-14, the best start through 50 games in the history of the Philadelphia Phillies. It's a Wendy's Thursday. Maybe your first chance to win a $50 gift card comes right next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The best start in franchise history.
Thursday morning on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I got a big smile on my face today, man. 36-14.
Oh, you got to smile at that.
The Phillies set a franchise record for most wins through 50 games in a season. They do that last night with a beatdown of the Rangers, winning 11-4. Would love to get some just overall excitement from you guys as we continue to ride the high of the Phillies. There's no hard-hitting question today. All right, just show some love to the fighting Phils, who just continue to dominate. And John,
they do.
I mentioned this to you during the first segment, and I want to just kind of revisit it, and then we'll get back to our Eagles-related topic, and I want to get some reaction to that on the phone line and text line 610-632-0975. I don't think this light schedule gets more difficult anytime soon.
Well, it doesn't.
The Phillies are.
I mean, the month of June is very workable. Very workable.
Very workable. So they're 36-14 right now. I'm going to tell you right now, at minimum, they should go 6-4 in their next 10 games. At minimum. And that could include a loss today. That's if they don't sweep the Rangers. They have one more against Texas this afternoon.
Right.
3 in Colorado against the horrible Colorado Rockies. 3 in San Fran against the Giants, who you swept in 4 games earlier this season.
That should be a 4-2. To me, I look at that and say that should be a 4-2 road trip.
And then you're back home against the Cardinals for 3 more games.
And the Brewers after that.
And then the Brewers after that. But
for the next, that's a stretch.
But
that's
the
a
next
nice
10,
stretch.
the next 10 games, I say 6-4 minimum. And then to your point, you bring on the Brewers, which is it's going to be a tougher series because they've played
Absolutely.
good baseball this year. But then you got the 2 games against the Mets, it's the London series. Then 3 in Boston against the Red Sox, which will be difficult.
That's not easy.
Red Sox are 2 games above 500. Not groundbreaking, but they're above 500. It's always a tough place to play in Boston. You know how that fan base can be. Then it's 3 in Baltimore against a difficult Orioles team.
The World Series preview, maybe?
Maybe. But
Well, no, you could have World Series preview either up 95 or down 95.
Right, depending on Orioles or Yankees.
I mean, that both of those teams are 2 likely competitors if you made it to the World Series.
And then it's 3 at home against the Padres, 3 at home against the Diamondbacks, who are not world beaters this year, 3 in Detroit against the Tigers, who stink, 4 at home against the Marlins,
Okay,
who
that's
you should
over
handle
with.
business.
That's your June. That's June.
That's June. And then you finally reach that difficult stretch of Cubs, Braves, Dodgers, which that will be difficult.
Here's what I'm going to tell you is there are 3 gauntlets.
Oh.
In July.
How dare you bring up that word?
There are 3 gauntlets. I'm not kidding you. There are 3 gauntlets in July and August.
Okay.
So by the time you hit Labor Day, this team will have gone through 3 gauntlets. One of them, early July. At Cubs, at Braves, 3 at home with the Dodgers.
Yep.
That's a 9-game stretch. That's a challenge. That's a challenge to go there. Then you have a 19-game gauntlet.
Oh, jeez. What?
Yes. How about start at the Twins, home for the Guardians and Yankees, 2 first-place clubs in the American League for 6 games.
Yep.
Then a 10-game road trip at the Mariners, at the Dodgers, at the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it's a difficult stretch.
That's a 19-game stretch that if you go 11-8, you'll be giddy.
Oh, yeah,
in that stretch.
Absolutely.
And the thing is, that's what 36-14 gives you. Is we're now looking at it going, yeah, you go on a trip like that, go 11-8, and you're filled.
Hell, John,
stretch.
if you go 8-11,
and
a 36-14 start, it saves you from that.
And there's one more before the end of the month of August. A 13-game stretch at the Braves, at the Royals, who are playing great baseball. Home for the Astros, home for the Braves. That's 1 week of baseball. Astros and Braves, 7 games at home. So it's coming. But the thing is, 36-14 just gives you, it grants you so much grace.
Right.
That there's no, you're going, wow, you're heading out on the road, 9-game road trip. You say, 5-4, we'd be thrilled.
Right.
Because that's what you're allowing yourself.
And here's the thing. Yeah, we're talking about gauntlets and all that kind of stuff, but I'm sure the Braves, the Dodgers, the Astros, the Mariners, the Diamondbacks, the Cubs, they go, oh, man, we got to take on the Phillies this weekend. Like,
Yes.
That's how good the Phillies are. A great baseball team. They're the best team in baseball record-wise right now. And if you want to say, you can't say that they're the best team in baseball just by looking at their roster, they're top 3. They're a top 3 baseball team with their pitching staff, with their lineup, with their depth. So those teams probably look at the Phillies coming in and go, this is going to be a tough stretch for us.
Oh, I'm sure they do. It's just a matter of we know, and the naysayers are waiting. you know they're just lying there in the weeds.
Yeah.
They're like jerks. They're just the jerks are waiting in the weeds going, yeah, well, guess when they play and if they go 4-5 in that stretch, it'll be like, see, when they play good teams, this is what 36-14 gives you.
Absolutely.
And
man.
all of those teams are like spiders right now. They're much more scared of you than you are of them.
I love that answer. I love that. That's a good one.
Mr. Connor
Thank
analogy.
you.
Connor, that's very good.
He averages 4.5 analogies a game.
I'm a big analogy
You're
guy.
a big analogy guy. It's crazy.
Does he?
And sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't.
Well,
There was one that didn't hit yesterday.
Listen, I'm not going to bat 1,000.
He learned that one at Oxford.
Yes, he did.
His
That's
semester
true.
at
Big
Oxford.
spider guy.
All right, so I know we have a text on the Phillies, and we'll get to an Eagles text as well because we have an Eagles question today. But first, what's the text that we have on the Phillies there,
You
Connor?
guys are going to love this one.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
So Ryan checks in, says morning fam. So good morning,
Hello, Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
Are the Phillies playing better without Turner? Not starting a controversy,
stop that.
but more runs, less errors? Question mark.
No.
Well, they're definitely a better defensive team without him. They're a better defensive team without him.
They're not.
Period.
They're not a better team. Without
No, they're not a better. They're a better defensive team without him. And anybody who says otherwise, you're just kissing ass. That's it. He is a.
I might say otherwise.
I would.
There's no-
I would,
who's-
I would
who-
take Trey Turner over Edmundo Sosa, even in the
No,
field.
defensively.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
Trey
still taking
Turner's
Trey.
not better than Edmundo Sosa defensively.
I'll tell you right now that he is.
He isn't.
I think he
What are
is,
you
too.
basing that on? Like, what are you basing it on?
Just
You
knowledge.
can't base it. No, you can't base it on performance.
Well,
You cannot base that on performance.
All right. I mean, I would like to
You're
see.
saying is,
look,
I want to believe he's better because he's a better name brand.
I have
he
a-
is
no,
not
I
better.
don't know. I don't know who Edmundo Sosa is through 162
I have
games.
a clip.
Well, wait a
of
minute. That's
Edmundo
a
Sosa.
different comment. That's a different comment.
Well, that's kind of what we're about. I have a clip of Edmundo Sosa you should watch where he spins around second base as a member of the Cardinals and drills the first base umpire on the side of his head.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Like
and-
Trey Turner's a better fielder than Edmundo Sosa.
Trey Turner was the worst shortstop in baseball last year,
Yeah.
and and his defense declined his last year in L.A. It was declining
Okay.
big time. Even in the postseason, it declined.
And Edmundo Sosa plays like
Boston.
40 games.
Well,
and,
again, you're talking about just there are defensive replacements for a reason that are better defensive players, but they're not going to hit you 325.
right, they're not going.
And that's the difference. If you say better ball player, you're stupid if you say it.
Yeah, no.
If you say better
The
defensively,
Phillies are a better team with Trey Turner. It is the reason why they're winning games is because their pitching staff is pitching out of their mind, and guys are starting to hit, and guys are starting to step up. Bryce Harper with another one yesterday. So
That was unbelievable.
That's why they're still winning games. All right, our Eagles question. Adam Schefter yesterday tells us that the Eagles should win 12 games. He didn't even look at the schedule, just knowing what he knows about this Eagles roster and this Eagles coaching staff. And so I have a question for you today at 610-632-0975. Do you have that same confidence as Schefter does, as I do, as John does, as Connor does, where we say, yeah, pencil them in for 12 wins? I penciled them in to win the division 2 weeks ago. I was reading an article. I still remember. I was reading an article on ESPN.com, and it was like the biggest moves that each team in the NFC East made.
Okay.
I didn't even finish reading the article, and I stopped myself and said, why am I even wasting my time? The Eagles will win this division comfortably.
Yeah, well, it's funny as Colin asks here on Twitter, saying, "Is it a confidence or arrogance that we're displaying?"
No, I think
He is an Eagles fan.
could be both.
Is it confidence or arrogance? And he goes, "By the way, I also am very confident the Eagles are going to win." He goes, "But right now, based on what we saw last year, it's borderline arrogance for all of us."
And look, we'll get that answer early on in the season, I think. I think
Okay.
we get that answer early on, but I can't base off of early on the season on May 23rd.
I would agree.
Right? I'm basing it off of what this Eagles roster is compared to the other teams in the NFC East, and the Eagles are far and away the best team in the division. They have the deepest coaching staff. I'll still see what Nick Sirianni is as a head coach, but guys, I'm not afraid of Mike McCarthy. I know he did a good job last year. I think Mike McCarthy is not that great of a head coach. I'm not afraid of Mike McCarthy. So if I'm going to say Nick Sirianni might be a little bit of a buffoon sometimes, Mike McCarthy might be even worse.
No, Mike McCarthy has got a history of being a buffoon.
So do you have that same confidence that Adam Schefter displayed there? And he's not an Eagles fan. Right? It's one thing for the three of us to say it doing a radio show in Philadelphia. He jumps on as a national insider and goes, yeah, 12-5, basically baseline. So what do we have on the text line, Connor?
Yeah, Mike from Turnersville checks in, says he's far less confident in the 7 to 10 win range for this team versus Super Bowl season. The offensive line isn't as good without Kelsey. Unknown at right guard. Lane Johnson's older. Lack of depth at wide receiver, at tight end. Also, and this is the interesting part, Shane Steichen is an elite game caller. Kellen Moore is better than last season, but I don't have him at the same level as Steichen.
Shane Steichen has not had the career that not even close. Not even close. Has Shane Steichen had the play calling career that Kellen Moore has?
Yeah.
It's not close.
Look, I get it. Shane Steichen did it here.
And he went to a Super Bowl, so you're going to say, oh well. The Cowboys didn't go because of their offense.
Right. Their offense was putting up ridiculous numbers.
500. It was crazy.
But hey, to that point, so one of our things that we're going to do today, a little exercise that we'll do, and we would love for people to contribute. We're going to compare the roster going into 2024 to the team that got to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. So that's Shane Steichen-led offense. That also includes coaching staff. If you want to compare the coaching staffs. So what we're going to do is we'll start talking about the biggest differences going into this season with this roster to the team that got to the Super Bowl just 2 years ago. And we'll try to find out which roster you feel more comfortable with. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We do that next. Also, more of your answers on the text line, 610-632-0975. You can call in as well. Do you have that same confidence that Adam Schefter has that the baseline for the Eagles this year is 12 wins? We'll give away a Wendy's gift card coming your way next as well. Find out how. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
ESPN's Adam.
by the Fanatic. All right. What number? Connor, I'll let you choose.
42.
Oh, come on.
All right, let's go with 6.
Call number 6 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. We'll win our first
6.
of 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards. We have 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards to give away right now. Wendy's, kickstart your morning with the new breakfast burrito. Oh, I can't wait for it. With loads of bacon, seasoned potatoes, fresh cracked eggs, and more. It's a complete breakfast in one hand, only at participating U.S. Wendy's. So call number 6 to the contest line, 215-263-0975.
Can I take the listeners behind the curtain a little bit today?
Yeah, absolutely.
In a week, if I set on my Parks app the over-under at the amount of times that Connor or Andrew would reference the Wendy's breakfast burrito and that, hey, tomorrow's Wendy's day. Tomorrow I get my burrito. I'm setting the number at like 14.5 for the week, and you guys are blowing that out of the water.
Dude,
People might think this is like, oh, well, they're sponsoring the show.
No, it's real.
No, dog. The burrito is unbelievable. I wake up looking forward to this.
I will tell you this. I have never seen
I go to bed looking forward to
I
it.
have never seen a breakfast item from any of those type of restaurants where you can drive in on the way to work that is any bigger than that burrito.
Yeah.
If it hit my windshield, it would break it.
Yeah, it might. And then
It's gigantic.
And then devour. I've had some of the other, fast food breakfast things.
And
this is
special.
This is
That's a
special,
quality
man.
item.
This is a quality
you know why?
item.
Because it's different.
Absolutely,
It's
man.
different.
So we'll have 3 more $50 Wendy's gift cards to give away throughout the show today on this Wendy's Thursday.
I used to
morning.
do that all the
Yeah,
time.
the Wednesday
The
Wendy's.
Wendy.
Oh, man. All right, so one of the things that we're doing today is comparing the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles roster on paper to the 2022 Eagles roster. Why did I pick that roster, not last year's? Well, that roster got to the Super Bowl, and I want to try to ignore everything that happened last year because I don't want to relive pain and misery. Is that fair?
Wait a minute.
Is that fair?
Wait a minute. You're doing Philly sports talk radio, and you don't want to relive pain and misery?
Yeah, I know. It's
I think pain
kinda
and
hard to
misery
do.
pain and misery is pretty much the playbook.
Kind of hard to do. All right, so what are some of the biggest differences with this upcoming roster to the roster that we saw 2 years ago? And then we'll discuss whether or not they're good differences or bad differences. But when I first say that, without anything in front of you, what are the first couple of things that you think of? And I think our last texter kind of points out my first thing. The offensive line is different.
Yes.
Obviously, you still have Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson on the outsides, Landon Dickerson at left guard, but you're going to have a new starting center, and it's not just some regular Joe that you're replacing. You're replacing All-Pro, first ballot Hall of Famer, Mr. Eagle Jason Kelsey, and Cam Jurgens moves over to center, who was your starting right guard last year, and you now are going to have a competition between the kid they drafted out of Michigan. Tyler Steen will be in that battle. I'm sure Matt Hennessy will get an opportunity, but I don't really believe that he's going to win that job. But there's going to be a fight for right guard, so you're going to have 2 new offensive linemen compared to what you saw in 2022. That's the first thing that comes to my mind.
That comes to your mind.
First one, yeah.
What comes to my mind is a clearly more green secondary.
Yes.
A secondary that I will need to see it from than just to blindly believe it. There's no way I'm giving these, whoever your starting safeties and corners are for this team, am I going to give them the nod over 2022? Because I feel like I had a lot more data to know what we had going into that season.
Right.
So that would be, and I put that, by the way, ahead of the offensive line. I put that as my number 2. The indecision.
So offensive line's number 2?
For me.
I'm going to tell you right now it should drop to 3. Because my first thought was offensive line.
Okay, no, wait a minute. Did you put, where was secondary? Was it even in yours?
No, I thought about it. I
think there's a lot of blind faith in the secondary.
Okay, I got you, and I haven't really written it down. No, by the way, you had All-Pro James Bradbury that year.
And that's why I looked at that and said, but going into that year, when they got Bradbury, I remember the day they got him.
Yeah.
I was like,
I was doing
hell?
the show at the Brian Dawkins golf outing.
I was like, what the hell? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
They are all in. They are all in.
But the biggest difference is the defensive pass rush. You want to talk about green or maybe being concerned? That year you had Javon Hargrave, by the way, before he got paid
he was
buku bucks
fantastic.
by the 49ers. Fletcher Cox was 2 years younger. Brandon Graham was 2 years younger. And, oh, by the way, had double-digit sacks that year. Hassan Reddick was in his prime. Josh Sweat had close to double-digit sacks. I think he finished just shy of it. You had, we're talking about Milton Williams. Our man Bill Calarulo's talking about Milton Williams having a big year this year.
He's all Milton Williams.
He was like your fifth defensive tackle that year, right?
Correct.
Whereas this year, Hassan Reddick's gone. Fletcher Cox is retired. Javon Hargrave is not here. You're relying on Bryce Huff to have a huge leap in his career this season. Josh Sweat, you're hoping, has a resurgence this season. You don't know what you're going to get out of Jordan Davis in the second half of the season. The hope is that he will continue to play as elite as he does in the first half of the season. But there are more questions. To me, that's the biggest difference. If I'm going position group, it's defensive line. The biggest difference and probably the biggest drop-off from the 2022 team.
Now, when you say biggest difference, does biggest difference necessarily mean to you biggest worry?
Well, I say drop.
Does that mean biggest concern?
No.
Or biggest, because
linebackers is still a concern.
I honestly believe that they're going to get enough push to be adequate.
Okay.
Or to be average or a little above average. I don't expect this pass rush to be elite. But I certainly...
And that pass rush was historic.
That pass rush was wicked.
Historic. 70 sacks?
I think, though, but I think that part of the reason that it was, and this isn't a cop-out, and taking away from them, but I believe it was because of the offense.
It might be.
I think the offense was so dominant that it put them up by 10 points, 14 points, and then they pinned their ears back and they went after quarterback.
But I do think it's the biggest drop-off. We're comparing the two rosters.
It's a huge drop-off.
It's the biggest drop-off in terms of talent. That 2022 defensive pass rush was elite, and there's a big drop-off to this one. So that's what we're going to do today. I want you to answer the question on the phone lines or text line, whether or not you have the same confidence that Adam Schefter has. Not an Eagles fan. ESPN NFL Insider. He says baseline for the Eagles this year is 12 wins. But we're going to also do this exercise where we compare the rosters this upcoming Eagles season to the team that got to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. How close are they? Because that team got to the Super Bowl, so that should be the team that we compare them to, the most recent one. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We reset the entire show coming your way next, and a lot more in store for you. I'll tell you all about it. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Aren't you just polite?
Dude, I'm in a great mood today,
We've been gifted incredible content.
A 36-14 start through 50 games. And, oh, by the way, a franchise record. Yeah, we've been given some incredible content. It's been a lot of fun. We've been talking Phillies a lot this morning, also some Eagles stuff. Coming up this segment, so yesterday was day one of OTAs, and we'll be joined by Andrew DeCecco coming up at 8:10 today, who, of course, was at OTAs yesterday, was at the press conferences, does a great job, covering the Eagles inside and out for Inside the Birds, and, of course, here at 97.5 The Fanatic. But John noticed something from the videos that were posted. Obviously, all the beats that are there, post the videos. Look at this guy doing his workouts in the shorts.
Oh, yes.
Right, no pads, nobody's hitting. But John noticed something that we'll talk about because it's something that you wanted.
Wanted? I've been clamoring for this.
And you saw a little bit of it quick. It wasn't much, but you saw a little bit of it yesterday from some of the videos that were coming out of OTA. So we'll talk about that coming up later this segment. But just a reminder of what we got going on today. First question for you.
Okay.
About the Eagles. Do you have the same confidence that Adam Schefter has? And let's play that clip one more time, Connor. Adam Schefter, who joins us every single Wednesday at 8 o'clock, was talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. And without looking at the schedule, as them winning a baseline, and of course, if there's a catastrophic injury, it'll be less than that. Or they may play better than expected. But baseline, without even looking at the schedule, he sees this Eagles roster, he sees this Eagles coaching staff as a 12-win team.
Who in that division is going to knock them off that perch? Who in that division truly represents a threat to them? Who in that division would you look at today and say you fear that team? There's not a team in that division right now that you're concerned about right now. Now, that doesn't mean that the season couldn't start in Dallas, couldn't get rolling, Jaden Daniels couldn't turn into Lamar Jackson 2.0. I got it. Any one of those things could happen. That's just always makes the football season so intriguing and so interesting, is that there are developments that we did not anticipate in any way, shape, or form. But going in, I like the Eagles' talent. I like the Eagles' coaching staff. I like that in their division, there's nobody else that really scares me. It's all those things together. And when you put them all together, for whatever that's worth on May 22nd, then to me 12-5 is plausible.
That was chesty for Shefty.
Chesty Shefty, man.
Like he honestly, he does not believe in the Cowboys at all.
No. And it's one thing for us, right? Philadelphia Eagles fans to say, I think the Eagles will win 12 to 13 games. And it's also one thing for us to say, we think the Cowboys are going to suck this year, right? Because we're Eagles fans. Now, we are good at taking off the green goggles every once in a while, right? I didn't say that the Eagles win the NFC East comfortably because of green goggles. I say it because of what Howie Roseman was able to accomplish during this offseason, the coaching staff that they've brought in here, because last year I was concerned about the coaching staff going in. I didn't think it would be as bad as it was, but I was concerned about the coaching staff going in. I'm not concerned about the coaching staff going into this season. And, oh, by the way, what Dallas didn't do this offseason adds to why I think the Eagles win this division comfortably. That's one thing for me to say, for you to say, for Connor to say. It's another thing for ESPN, NFL Insider, no bias, Adam Schefter to say it.
But what does it say to when I hear Adam say something? You always talk about it, the idea you got to speak Shefty.
Yes.
You got to understand what he's saying. When I hear Adam Schefter say that, it tells me he's hearing stuff.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because he bases his opinions a lot of times based on very educated conversations with NFL folks in NFL circles. He's hearing stuff about the Cowboys that bother him.
Yeah, I mean, CeeDee Lamb didn't appear to OTAs, right? So there's going to be issues there with what's going on with the contracts. And he's not the only guy. You've mentioned he's not the only guy with the final year of his deal.
The coaching staff?
Yeah.
Think of it. Everybody is on a one-year contract.
It's amazing, isn't it?
He brought in new coordinator. And Mike Zimmer's in there to run the defense. And I love Coach Zimmer. He's a great dude. Got to know him a little bit. He's on a one-year contract. A guy with an incredible NFL pedigree. One-year contract. Jerry Jones is telling everybody, you're singing for your supper.
Well, I think the one-year deal for Zimmer is, hey, Mike McCarthy, prove it. or
Right.
you're out.
Oh, no question.
And then if he's out, obviously the new head coach brings in
Could be
his coaching
right.
staff.
Exactly.
Right?
He doesn't
I would
want to
love
commit
for Captain Eye Patch to be the next guy to coach that team.
Captain iPad.
Hey, stop it now. I got to tell you, Connor, one of the best football men that I've ever talked the game with
I don't think he's a bad guy.
is Zimmer.
But he did have an eye patch.
He
and
was-
that's pretty cool.
He had to too. Matey. He was an incredible guy to talk football with, and many football guys, not like you two, real football guys.
Oh,
they will
wow.
not. They will.
Oklahoma drill me right
When
now.
you
I
talk-
say now at the end of sentences. Come on, man.
When you talk football with a lot of these coaches, they act like condescending jerks to you, like you don't know what you're talking about. He's a guy who wants to educate.
And
Get in
that's
conversation.
beautiful. That's a beautiful thing, and
Love it.
I hope he gets torched.
I hope he
and
gets
gives up.
Oh no,
400 yards a
no,
game.
I want
and
him to get. I
40
want him to get
points a
trucked.
game, and the Eagles win the division comfortably.
They're going to, by the way.
All right, so what do we have on the text line, Connor? Based off of this topic, do you feel that same sense of confidence that Adam Schefter is displaying, or are you still going to keep yourself grounded because you saw what happened last year? Our first texter that we had is keeping himself grounded because of what transpired last season and the big changes on the offensive line. Obviously, we're comparing this roster to the 2022 roster. The defensive line, total hit, total downgrade from what you saw 2 years ago, at least again on paper. So I understand why there is some concern. I just think this offense should be a Ferrari, not look back, and I think they did get better in areas on the defense from last season's debacle. But what do we have on the text line, Connor?
Yeah, so Frank from Philly checks in, says, guys, the Cowboys, because we were talking about the Cowboys and how
Right.
they don't lose because of the offense in the postseason on the Kellen Moore front. The Cowboys do lose because of their offense in the postseason. They come up small, and they turn the ball over, and their quarterback chokes. Do you worry about that with the Eagles and Kellen Moore not able to do that?
I don't. Kellen Moore has never thrown a freaking pass for the Dallas Cowboys as their
Right.
offensive coordinator. That is it's such a ridiculous thing to put on the offensive coordinator. When the offensive coordinator produces top 5 scoring offenses every freaking year, when he is number one for his career as an offensive coordinator, his offenses are number one in creating the space for wide receivers. He is a brilliant play designer. If Dak Prescott makes a mistake, it's not on the offensive coordinator. It's on Dak Prescott.
Right. And
It's when you can put up 500 points. Don't put it on the offensive coordinator if the quarterback screws up.
and who was the OC last year for the Cowboys choke artist in the playoffs?
Oof,
It wasn't Kellen Moore.
That was Mike McCarthy.
Right, so like it continued last year, even though Kellen Moore wasn't the offensive coordinator. So no, I'm not worried. But to the texter's point, I am not worried about it.
Absolutely not.
All right, so you can climb in text line, phone line 610-632-0975. We'd love to hear from you. Do you have that same sense of confidence that Adam Schefter is displaying, non-biased ESPN NFL insider, that the baseline for the Eagles win total should be 12? I have that confidence. John has it. Connor has it. But so far, our two texters, it seems to be
Confidence or arrogance, though? Again,
No,
do you believe
straight
we're
up confidence. I'll be arrogant, but I am confident.
No, but you believe either that any of us are being arrogant just to dismiss the Cowboys? Because I heard Adam Schefter there, and I'm not putting words in his mouth. I heard Adam Schefter there sort of dismissing the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Which makes me feel even better about. I look at it and go, I don't think Dallas is beating out the Eagles in this division.
I won't say arrogance. I'll say confidence with swag.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've never been arrogant a day in my life, so I'd say this is confidence coming from me as well.
That's the biggest joke I've ever heard.
Is there a gas leak in there? Why are you guys
All right.
coughing?
Before we get back to the phone line,
It's the pollen.
before we get back to the phone lines and the text lines, John, you noticed something from again,
It's not a big sample.
it's not a big sample, but you noticed something. But to your credit, it's something that you have been wanting, and it is something that has been seen in a Kellen Moore offense. And you got a glimpse of it yesterday from the footage, the video, the photos that were tweeted out by the local beats.
And 3 outlets, by the way, now. Watch the offensive sets. Watch the offensive plays that they let you see. Watch Jalen Hurts. And you'll notice it. Jalen Hurts is under center for every single snap.
That we saw.
Every single snap they showed you. But by the way, though, I mean, it's a variety of around like 13, 14 snaps. Jalen Hurts, every single one.
Which is what you've been
Get him
demanding.
I don't believe that the shotgun all the time is a smart thing. And people will say, well, Patrick Mahomes is in shotgun a lot. He is. And he also goes under center.
Yes.
And he varies it up. And they move guys around and they make decisions. I believe that being constantly in shotgun, it telegraphs plays more. It limits your offensive playbook more. And Kellen Moore's playbook, there's shotgun in it. There's plenty of it.
Of course.
But under center, his quarterback has, in the past, taken the majority of snaps under center. It opens up the offense. It confuses the defense. It gives them more to think about. I'm so excited because every single snap, Jalen Hurts was under center.
And you know what's fascinating? So you said something before the show that this is Kellen Moore's offense and it might not be totally catering to Jalen Hurts, right? You said that before the show. And
he's going to have to fit into what Kellen Moore wants to do.
And remember, Jeff McClain, maybe 2 Tuesdays ago or 3 Tuesdays ago, kind of talked about that, saying how it's going to be Kellen's offense. They might give Jalen a play or two that he can check into at the line of scrimmage, but they're not going to allow him to go up to the line of scrimmage with the full playbook to check into.
You know why?
Why is that?
The Seattle game.
Yeah.
The Seattle game. He literally thought, I'm smarter than the offense coordinator. I'm doing it.
I'll also say this. It's probably, hey, we paid Kellen Moore to be the offensive coordinator. Listen to him. Whereas Brian Johnson, there was still the unknown. Is this guy going to be the OC? Like, is this guy a legit offensive coordinator in the NFL?
That could be.
And we found out that he wasn't, and the league told you that by him not getting another OC job anywhere else.
And that is clear. But one of the things, too, is I think that they're saying is that Kellen Moore is going to and again, last year you saw it. Justin Herbert took a huge jump in efficiency and all those kind of things to be able to and did not have anything close. He didn't have an offensive line. Didn't have
No.
Jim Harbaugh came in and said he literally stopped watching offensive line tape from last year when he took over the Chargers.
Oh, it was horrible, yeah.
He said it's that, and Justin Herbert still managed to have a really, really nice year till he got hurt.
Yep.
They're not going to trust. They're going to tell Jalen Hurts, this is what we are doing. This is our offense, and you're going to run it, and we're going to make you comfortable in it, but we're not catering to you.
No, and oh, by the way, no excuses. Again.
And no excuses.
You have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Saquon Barkley, and I know there's questions about the offensive line, but let's go.
Look, we call, and I think it's great when Connor called, like Trevor Lawrence, the East Coast Herbert.
Yes.
But honestly, with Herbert, if he had all of these offensive weapons.
Oh, he'd be thrown for 6,000 yards.
I mean, it would be at least 5.
Right.
He'd be a 5,000-yard passer.
Yes, he
So
would
I
be.
don't want any excuses about, well, it's another offensive coordinator for Jalen.
Nope, don't want to hear
None of that crap. Stop it.
All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Mike and Delran. Michael, good morning.
Oh, what's up, guys?
Hi, Mike.
What's up, brother?
How you guys doing? Yo, first of all, hope you guys have a safe and fun holiday weekend, man.
Absolutely.
too, buddy.
You too, man.
We need it. You know what I mean?
We all do.
I don't know. It's been a long while since I've had a good time off. Hey, first, before I get
Hey, I'm working Monday, so
Wait a minute,
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Wait a
I'm
minute. You
working
went to
Monday.
Disney. You went to Disney and vacation in the midst of like 2 weeks
I got,
earlier this year.
God damn, John, I can't believe you remember that.
Mike, we love you, Mike.
So before the Eagles, real quick, I don't want to hear any more about the Phillies and who they've beaten because they beat the brakes off the defending world champs 2 games in a row,
Yep.
and I expect a sweep. So this team's on fire. But as far as the Eagles go, I do have the same confidence, whether I take the Eagles, the green shades off or not. The team got better. And I guarantee you, if we had 2 veteran coordinators last season, that 7-game skid doesn't happen.
It never happens.
I don't think it ever happened.
Now, they may not go to the Super Bowl last year.
Correct. I agree.
But
they didn't. Sirianni's never had that adversity to deal with, and when it all came down on him, he didn't know what to do. So I think with the extra voices in the room, I think with the talent on the field, I think this team is definitely a 12-win team. I would say over 12-win, especially after looking at that schedule.
Right, but Shefty says baseline 12, and I love that.
I cannot wait until September, guys. Eagles.
You're the man, Michael. Wow,
Hey.
we got an Eagles chant. May 23rd, dude.
By the way, in Brazil, Brazilian officials have they've posted pictures of Mike from Delran.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, is he entering the country? They have him on a watch list.
Hard to miss.
They have him on a
Mike
watch
from
list.
Delran.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't blend in.
No.
Mike, for those who don't know, Mike's a big dude.
Yeah, he's like 6'5",
Mike
6'6".
Mike doesn't blend in. So Brazilian officials, he's already on the watch list.
Let's go
Get
to
ready.
Eric and Marlton. Eric, you're on the Fanatic. All right. Might be a deadline. Can you try to punch him up on the board there, Connor?
Yeah, I got you.
All
Did
right.
somebody spill something over there?
Yeah, Kevin Cooney did. All right, all right, maybe Eric can't get. Maybe Eric, the line might be frozen. All right. Anyways, so here's what we're gonna do. We have a couple of still clips that I want to get to from OTAs. There's one I don't want to waste it. I'm gonna tell you right now that you want to be listening at 7:30 because there was a clip yesterday from one of the newer acquisitions by the Eagles. And he's talking like a fan, and I freaking loved it.
Okay.
So that will be coming your way at 7:30. Okay, so you're not going to want to miss that. Now, I'm glad that Mike brought up the Phillies because this has been a very heavy Eagles-focused segment. But we are not losing the Phillies. If you want to call in, text, and talk about the Phillies, you can at 610-632-0975 because we are going to talk about them a lot today. They won their 36th game last night, which sets a franchise record through 50 games, man. And just the way they do it, like Alec Boehm drives, he goes 1 for 5, right? But he drives in 2 more runs yesterday. Like the guy just keeps on stepping up when there's runners in scoring position. It's amazing.
He's unconscious. I thought that he was going to have a really good year.
You did.
I did not. I did not think this. I did not.
I'm gonna pull up right now to see how much it's changed. Because remember, I went through the runners in scoring position yesterday, and his numbers were ridiculous yesterday. Now that he drives in another 2 runs, I imagine that continues to climb up. I mean, and that's been one of the biggest things for me. And remember, I did the comparison about a week or 2 ago from this year to last year.
Right.
When they have runners in scoring position, they are not letting those opportunities go to waste. They did that a lot last season, especially early on. They eventually climbed up in the ranks of teams with runners in scoring position. But for a while last season, anytime they had a runner in scoring position, they pretty much let it go to waste. Whereas this year, it's not the case, man. 423 Alec Boehm is hitting with runners in scoring position.
Okay, that's dumb.
372 Bryce Harper. 364 Bryson Stott. 343 Brandon Marsh. Those guys, I mean, that's not 301. That's 343 for Brandon Marsh with runners in scoring position.
Like, how is that possible?
Dude,
No, it honestly is. It's bizarre.
it's unbelievable. And again, compared to last year, where it seemed like guys were not stepping up and driving in runs with runners in scoring position. Oh, by the way, with 2 outs, Alec Boehm is hitting 462 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. Almost 500.
That's wild.
He's
That's wild.
He's
That's
12,
wild.
He is 12 for 26. Oh my God. He is 12 for 26 with 4 doubles, 3 home runs, and 25 RBI with runners in scoring position and 2 outs.
So he's almost averaging an RBI in at bat.
Yes, with runners in scoring position and 2 outs.
That's like,
No, that's stupid.
you shouldn't be
That
allowed
is-
to do
that's
that.
unbelievable.
No, is he the starting third base in the All-Star game if the season
Has to be.
If the All-Star
has to be.
If the All-Star game was tomorrow, Alec Boehm is your starting third
No,
base.
he has to be.
he's in the MVP conversation if the season ended tomorrow.
Hey,
He's
Mike,
not
no,
winning.
he's
it.
got-
not
no,
winning,
but
but
he has to
he'll
be-
be in the
but he's
conversation.
gotta be-
yeah.
He should be in the conversation.
It's amazing. All right, so coming up next, we'll continue to have the fun with the Phillies, right? But you're not going to want to miss this. One of the new players of the Philadelphia Eagles got his first chance to see what's around him. And he said something that's going to fire you up. And no, don't do, oh, well, I heard Dream Team before. Nah.
Oh, boy.
There's a player on the Eagles, a new player on the Eagles, that knew this team was talented, but when he lined up in 7-on-7s yesterday, he basically looked around and said, oh my God, we're good. You'll hear that coming your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies stay hot. I'm coming.
Coming up this segment, you're going to hear from a couple of players from the Eagles, OTAs yesterday. You'll hear from Darius Slay talking about the cornerback room and what he is doing as a vet and as a captain. That should be celebrated because I know Darius Slay is a bit of a polarizing figure in
Why?
Philadelphia.
Why?
His own doing.
Yeah. And
His own doing.
I mean,
And
seriously.
I am a big Darius Slay fan. I think he's been severely underrated since coming here to Philadelphia. People talk about how last year he had a bad year. He didn't. He did not have a bad year last year. He had a very good season last year.
A bad year? No.
He did not have a bad year. Two years ago.
A step back season? Yes.
Okay, at the age of 30, whatever. Yeah,
That's because you're signing old corners.
but it's not Darius Slay's fault. He had a good season last year. And 2
It
years.
would be like if Bryce Harper at 275.
Right.
Like, he doesn't stink, but
He doesn't sink. And 2 seasons ago, people think he had a bad year because of, unfortunately, one play, and it was in the Super Bowl. And we found out the defensive coordinator did not put them in the correct position when they mirrored a play and did the exact same thing twice. But Darius Slay has been everything that they basically signed for when he got here. But I know he's a polarizing figure because of his own doing. And I ripped him for it. I think he's a tremendous talent. I don't think he's a good captain.
I rolled my eyes at you talking, though. You mentioned leadership. I don't think he's shown leadership.
But
I think
maybe.
I think he may be a lead by example guy, like where if you're a young player and you watch how he plays, but don't conduct yourself many times like Darius Slay does.
Right, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you.
So I will roll my eyes if anyone ever tells me leadership with him.
Well, we'll find out whether or not he's being a good leader with some of the stuff that he said yesterday at NovaCare after the OTAs came to an end in day one, because he did talk about how he is handling himself with the younger corners. But first, I want to play this for you. Saquon Barkley obviously signed with the Eagles, that 3-year deal. And he knew that this was a good football team. Look, he has to face the Eagles twice a year, and he knows how good the Eagles have been in the NFC East during his time with the New York Giants. Yesterday, this will get you giddy. Yesterday, he realized how good this team was when he lined up on 7-on-7s.
Biggest thing, that struck me is our first 7-on-7 huddle. You see A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert, and Jalen Hurts. It's not a bad group to be out there with, and that's not even including offensive linemen. But
I mean, he's basically talking as a fan would, right? Where I go, oh my God, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Saquon Barkley, who has been with the New York Giants, who has had Daniel Jones as his quarterback, well, even before Daniel Jones, but Eli Manning at the end, Daniel Jones. He's had, Kadarius Toney was one first-round wide receiver that they drafted,
right?
And he got traded pretty quickly. Kenny, what was his name?
Kenny Galloway?
Kenny Galloway. They signed to the big...
Galladay.
Thank you. Signed him to the big free agent contract. Did nothing. Golden Tate really did nothing for the New York Giants.
Darius Slayton wasn't either.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sterling Shepard has had a decent career.
God, that's a bad run. You just gave us there.
That offensive line basically led to him probably getting injured at times. Oh, by the way, also the coaching staff realizing their quarterbacks have sucked, so let's hand the football off a million times in a season. Saquon Barkley's probably stepping on that field going, oh, my God, thank God I got out of there.
Yeah, I think he is. I mean, it's also, too, to come here. He knew that there would be some grief involved with that.
Yeah.
Coming here. He didn't give it flip.
No.
He's like, look, I'm going to go where it's best for me.
Why should he?
And he shouldn't. I mean,
and he steps on that field. But, doesn't that excite you when you hear Saquon Barkley, who, if I'm A.J. Brown, I'm going, damn, we got Saquon? Or if I'm Devontae Smith, I'm saying, wait, we got Saquon? Saquon's now also saying that about them. Like, they must realize how good they are as a football team.
Well, they should. And again, it's all on paper, as we talk about. So it's not like we're saying, pencil them in, get your Super Bowl hotel reservations. But
which you did last year.
But it is an amazing, amazing setup right now. I mean, it is. This team looks loaded at certain positions, but there are a lot of, you might even call groundwork in on this roster, because there's still a lot of areas that are a little testy. I think third wide receiver is a problem, and I mean problem position.
Okay.
And because you are one twisted ankle from this offense being much more mediocre. You lose one of the wide receivers, and the whole house of cards could fall apart.
Isn't that like any team in the NFL?
I don't know. I mean,
Like if any team loses, like if Justin Jefferson gets hurt, which you saw last year with Minnesota.
But what are you dependent on? Like, are you how
Look, if
dependent
A.J.
are
Brown
you?
got hurt, that's a big deal, right?
By the way, it hurt big time. We saw when he was out last year.
Yes. But I still have Devontae, Dallas
Okay.
Goedert, now Saquon Barkley.
Okay.
Right? Like, there's so much more that they can do with this offense, even
There
if
are.
they were to, God forbid. And I don't want that.
No, you don't want
I
it.
don't
But
want
it's
them.
no, but still.
But I think that they would be okay. And oh, by the way, the third wide receiver is the slot guy, right? So it's not like if A.J. Brown got hurt, that guy might just line up on the outside.
I don't. I think it's a problem, and I'm hoping we're not talking about it.
Okay.
during the season.
All right, that's fair.
Hopefully not during the season we're talking about.
All right, I'm going to play these Darius Slay clips for you, too. But real quick, all right, I had Connor go first. Give me a number.
7. I always give 7. I like
7? All right, call on number 7 to the contest line. But on one caveat.
Whoa. What's that?
If you're the 7th caller, you have to promise me something. You must order the breakfast burrito.
You have to.
Call on number 7 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. 215-263-0975. We'll win our second of our 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards today. But you have to promise me that you will order the new breakfast burrito right now at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with the new breakfast burrito with loads of bacon, seasoned potatoes, fresh cracked eggs, and more. It's a complete breakfast in one hand, only at participating U.S. Wendy's. And I know that our Wendy's participates because we crushed our burritos during that last break.
Joey and Chandler did.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
Dude,
they were all off it.
It's like the hand of God came down from the heavens. Instead of solving world peace or hunger, he just said, I'm going to make the most fire burrito on planet Earth.
The two of you, honestly, with the burrito, it's almost embarrassing.
Well, it's the third week in a row, and it hasn't missed.
It doesn't
Like,
matter.
you love it.
Like every time I'm like, oh man, I just really hope that they didn't just go all out the first 2 times they were dropping
Right.
it off at the radio station. Now they might take it. No.
Bro, it's Jake Elliott from plus 50 yards. It's DeMar
No,
DeRozan from mid-range. It's Steph
automatic.
Curry from deep. It doesn't miss.
I'll tell you, the Cinnabon pull apart,
Oh, dude, it looks great.
it's a top-notch item.
It is,
It's
man.
really, really
A lot
good.
of great things at Wendy's for breakfast. Bet that breakfast burrito. Please, I need caller number 7, whoever that is. If you win the gift card, promise me that you will use some of the $50 on the new breakfast
What
burrito.
if they're a vegan?
Give it to somebody
we
who
don't want to
would.
discriminate against our listeners.
Give it to somebody who would eat the breakfast burrito. Please, I'm begging you. All right, so Darius Slay yesterday spoke to the media. And look, I understand.
Did he speak in third person, or did he speak in?
No,
did he actually?
did not.
I just
He
want to
did
make
not.
sure.
I understand that part of the reason why he's a polarizing figure is because of himself. I have Darius Slay's back. I think he's a tremendous, tremendous talent still. Obviously not the same as his prime, which was still carried over here into Philadelphia. But he is his own worst enemy at times with how he talks. Like, you can't have your podcast and rip your team, which he did.
No, he can, because he did.
Well, yeah. You
And that's why-
shouldn't.
that's why-
How about that? You shouldn't rip your team in a podcast, and yet he did.
That's why any discussion of Darius Slay and leadership falls on deaf ears to me.
All right, well, here he is yesterday talking about his job to teach some of the younger corners.
That's the main thing, to teach them how to be a pro, man. I was talking to them today, just let them know, man, I'm always here for y'all boys, man. Anything y'all need from me, I got you. I'm here to get on the blueprint of everything to help them make sure they, succeed at this level. That's my job to do. That's what I've always been brought up to do. Definitely, because I'm an older brother, all the siblings. So it's always been my kind of duty to lead in the example way and try to help them and make sure they get the right direction.
All right, I have a question for you guys. And I want this also answered on the phone line, text line, 610-632-0975. This has been a very positive show today.
It has been.
Very positive show. Where are we at with Darius Slay?
Where am I at?
Yeah.
I don't need to hear him talk. I honestly, I don't need to hear Darius Slay talk ever again.
Okay.
I absolutely respect the hell out of him, the performer, the player. But when he talks, I hear blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
Because when he talks about, I'm going to teach the youngsters how to be a pro, that includes on the field, off the field, behind the scenes. And I'm sure there's many things he does behind the scenes that are teaching them to be pros.
Yeah.
But his behavior of pointing at others when things go poorly, deflecting blame, I don't think that's what I want youngsters being taught.
And I asked that question. I don't know if you saw it, John. Connor, you may have. because you're a big social media guy.
I do enjoy the socials.
There was a photo. So the Eagles, they host an event every single year where they have Eagles fans who are women to attend.
Okay.
It's a big day for women who are Eagles fans to attend, and it's really cool. They get a tour of Lincoln Financial Field. Jalen Hurts spoke to everybody that was there the other day. Players come out and talk to the women that are in attendance. And there was one person who got the tour of the locker room. Do you know what I'm getting at here?
I don't. I haven't seen this.
And she posted a photo on Twitter of her flipping off Darius Slay's locker. And a lot of people were like, this is really weird. Why are you doing that? But then there were a lot of people that were like, yeah, you go.
I think that's rude as hell.
It's extremely rude. But
I think it's rude as hell and
but
ridiculous.
Forget whether it's rude or not. It tells you that there are people that are not necessarily Darius Slay fans.
I get you.
And I want to know where we're at with Darius Slay. Connor, what about you?
I'm in a good spot with him because you kind of have to be, right? I don't think
you have to be, dude.
You do.
I'm a big Darius Slay fan, but him on his podcast, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
It's not about that. You need to believe in his leadership because you just brought in the guys who are going to be the future of the secondary, and he's the one teaching them. Would you rather have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson teaching him to talk about leadership? I mean, Slay's got a lot more than him. So
I don't think either one of them are the guys that I want teaching youngsters how to be a pro.
I'd be fine to have two guys that are 10 years of Darius Slay. I'd be totally fine with that.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I want to hear that from you guys. 610-632-0975. Where are we at with Big Play Slay? I know people don't even like the nickname. So where are we at with Darius Slay heading into the 2024 season? And something that I have not heard much of recently. And shame on all of us for not doing it.
Shame on you.
It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bob Cooney.
A lot of listeners have brought this up to us. Was about Joel Embiid and playing in the Olympics.
97.5 The Fanatic. Hope you're enjoying your Thursday morning as we get closer to Memorial Day weekend. I know I did the read for it earlier, but I'll remind you, check out 975thefanatic.com for the Fanatic Deal of the Week. For a limited time only, get a same-day ride and water park ticket to Maury's Piers for just $70, which is a saving of $50 per ticket for unlimited rides on 3 piers and both water parks for a whole day. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals.
You might see the Wildwood Sasquatch when you're down there.
I had no idea what you were talking about.
It's so funny is that, and I don't spend as much time as the shore as either one of you two.
Never heard of this
here's
guy.
the thing, because you said
I have seen this Sasquatch guy 3 times.
Because you said I'm not a Wildwood guy, and then I had to remind myself I technically was. My in-laws, before they moved to Brigantine, they were there for 5 summers.
Okay, well, how long ago was that? I'm just talking about the last 3 years. Well, not because last year I really didn't get to travel much.
Right.
But in the Wildwood Sasquatch, I encountered the Sasquatch a few times.
I've been down there like 4 or 5 times the past 2 years. And
I've never encountered the Sasquatch.
I never saw
heard of this guy.
Somebody has seen the Wildwood Sasquatch on the boardwalk.
Wait, why are you saying
walking on the
Sasquatch?
Yeah, dude, I've let it go.
Okay.
I haven't said anything.
What do you say, Sasquatch?
Sasquatch.
Sasquatch?
You're the only person in the freaking world that says Sasquatch.
How do you say Chicago?
Chicago. Sometimes I go Chicago because that's a Lithuanian.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes I slip.
So you don't say the call, though, which is appropriate. It's
No.
Chicago.
Appropriate.
Chicago's how it is.
I've never
No,
heard
it's
it.
not.
Dude, you're the only person
Should be.
that's ever said
You're 0 for 2.
Chicago and Sasquatch.
It's
You're
not
the only
Sasquatch.
person in the world that says it.
You're going to get pronunciation pinch hit for it because you have struck out twice.
That is absolutely absurd. That is absolutely absurd.
Oh, God, it's amazing. All right, so here's the deal. I want to get some answers on Darius Slay, where we're at with big play Slay, because right away
You seem surprised, though.
No,
Like, you seem surprised that-
I'm not surprised, but I wonder, like is he a I don't want to say hated, but is he a disliked?
No.
Is he a disliked figure in this city?
No, but if I hear
I don't know. I think a lot of people don't like him.
No, but if I hear anything about leadership, look, the leadership we don't see, I bet you there's a lot of it with Darius Slay.
I
bet you there's a
guarantee
lot
there
of because he seems like a kind guy.
Yeah.
Like I've had 3 interactions with him ever, so I'm not like acting like I have a PhD. But 2 of them were very in a very personal type setting. He was fantastic.
Right.
But the one thing I don't need is hearing talk about Darius Slay. Just perform and don't talk to me about leadership because I've seen failures in leadership publicly that are glaring to me.
But
Okay.
leadership isn't pass fail. There will be times when good leaders do not display good leadership. And like
I don't necessarily agree with that at
Connor,
all.
He can't go on his podcast twice, by the way.
He's
last
done
year.
it. He's done it.
Talk about how
multiple
well
times.
he played and how the rest of the
That's
team
not-
I
sucked.
understand.
I know great leaders don't tend to have where they don't lead great. Don't tend to be.
Well, people make mistakes. And guess what? Maybe he doesn't see the podcast as a big deal, and that's a misstep on his part. But it doesn't mean that he can't, in a locker
If I'm
room.
one of his teammates,
And he doubles down on it, Connor.
If
he doubles down
got
on the
you.
fact that he goes, when people criticize him for speaking out publicly or pointing fingers at other people, then he doubles down on it and talks about, well, my haters are going to.
And we've heard a lot of good things over the years about what Darius Slay does for young players and what he does in the locker room.
and what
all-
he,
all
and what
of
he,
that
do- and
was
what he does
said.
on the field.
I know. I'm not saying you're not saying it. I'm just saying the podcast thing is a slice, a percentage of who Darius Slay is.
I'm just telling you, Connor, I think there's a bigger number of people than you would expect that dislike Darius
I'm not saying you're
Slay.
wrong. I'm not saying either of you are
And
wrong.
where do you learn about leadership? You know when I learn about leadership? Not at 10-1. I learn about the leadership when you're on the losing 4 out of 5 games. I learn about it when you face adversity.
That's
And
totally fair.
And unfortunately, when he faces adversity and fingers are being pointed towards him,
Right.
he deflects and points towards others.
You're right.
That's not leadership.
But it's also not, I don't want to hear this guy talk about anything, which is what you said.
No,
like
about,
he's
no.
better
well,
than that.
I didn't say that.
You-
I don't want to hear him talk about leadership. I don't want to hear anything out
Yeah,
of his
it's
mouth.
It's not
about
to that
leadership.
level to me.
I don't want to hear it.
He's made mistakes, but it's not. Oh, he's not a leader. He's done. Like that's not it.
Okay, what are the leadership mistakes that publicly that you saw out of Kelsey, Cox, Graham?
Nothing.
He's because great leaders. Connor,
You've named 3 all-time great Eagles.
Great
John,
leaders. Great leaders
are not perfect.
not asking to be perfect. When faced with adversity, great leaders, very rarely would you ever see them start pointing fingers at other people. They take it on themselves, especially veterans. They take the blame on themselves and then talk about everything else.
Okay.
He does exactly the opposite.
Okay, and what I'm not going to do is say, okay, I'm done with you. Because this team needs him to be a leader.
Nobody's saying that.
I'm no, but listen.
But nobody's saying we're done with him.
I'm saying done with him as far as like talking about leadership.
Don't talk to me about it,
I still believe he is a leader on this team.
I say show me.
I think so. I think so too. But the podcast thing is a pretty big blemish on the
understand.
record.
And he keeps.
Listen, we have another
making-
guy in the secondary who literally said he like hates this fan base. Like it's not exactly a high bar right now for this team after last year.
By the way, I have zero issue with what he said. I read all of the crap that was being thrown his way when he left town, and it was an agent problem and it was other problems. I have zero problem. I saw the most vile, horrible garbage being thrown that man's way.
You don't think Slade gets it?
I have zero. I've seen
I think every athlete gets
Every
it,
player
and I think it's horrible.
I agree.
All right,
Terrible.
real quick.
Losers.
I mentioned this going to the break. Something that we have not done, that we should be doing. Shame on all of us.
Is what?
We have not really given Rob Thompson much credit at all this year. We have pointed out when he has made bullpen decisions or lineup confusion early on in the season.
Okay.
Rob Thompson should get some love for being 36-14 as well. I know that.
How is that different than any other manager in Phillies history, though?
What do you mean?
As far as like Charlie Manuel was painted as like a country bumpkin buffoon, even when they were winning. He was painted as just this guy that was there,
and people were wrong,
filling out the lineup.
And people were wrong for doing that.
And the thing is with Thompson, I learned about a manager though. Look, he gets all the accolades in the world for being a great culture guy.
I just think we wait until the end to talk about Rob Thompson.
Maybe it'll be.
Whereas right now through 50 games, he deserves credit for what they're doing.
Maybe it'll be about pushing the right buttons this time around.
All right, and you'll hear from Rob Thompson, I believe, in today's headlines with Connor
will?
Thomas. Yep. That comes your way at 8:05. Today's headlines with Connor Thomas. Andrew DeCecco, who was at OTAs yesterday, will join us at 8:10 to let us know about everything that was going on with the Eagles yesterday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
30.
Salciunas. Good Thursday morning. Hope you have a nice, safe drive into work because this is normally the time for a lot of people. Is it? Is it still raining?
It's a wet one today, and till around 11 o'clock it will be raining.
All right, well, drive safely on your way into work today.
And then
we got the Phillies game at 1 o'clock.
It clears up, and it's going to be quite sticky and humid.
So we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up at 8:05. Andrew DeCecco comes your way at 8:10. He was at OTAs yesterday for the Eagles, so we'll get a glimpse of what was going on. And of course, what some of the players were saying, some of the things that caught Andrew's eye. That's why we have him on today. Can't wait to talk to Andrew at 8:10. John Clark will be joining us at 9:05 to talk Phillies and Eagles because we've had a lot of Eagles discussion today. But real quick about the Phillies. So yesterday, they set a franchise record for 36 wins through their first 50 games of the season, 36-14. So congratulations to the Phillies for that incredible feat, setting a franchise record. We also had a milestone home run yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one.
So Bob Petrone, Boop Stats, he's awesome. I love Boop. He puts out such incredible stats on a regular basis on Twitter. Check him out at Boop Stats on Twitter.
I worked for his dad.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, I had an internship.
Awesome.
I had an internship with his dad and Dan Baker.
Oh, wow,
back in the day at the Philadelphia Big Five.
Leading off for the Phillies.
Now batting for the Phillies.
So the Phillies yesterday, going into the game, Connor, stop shaking your head in there.
You guys are idiots.
Third baseman, Connor Thomas.
It's iconic. Like that, the rest of my life, I will do Dan Baker.
Yeah, I know it is. And you guys can't come close.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Wow, I bet you Dan thinks we do a damn good job.
So the Phillies going into last night, franchise.
Yeah.
Had 13,999 home runs.
Wow.
JT Realmuto hit the 14,000th home run in Phillies franchise history. I have the names of all the other 1,000 marks.
Oh, I thought you were going to read us all 13,999.
Yeah, all the home runs.
We got time.
How about that Beals Becker? Hit the 1,000th home run in 1914. Good old Beals.
Beals Becker.
Chuck Klein hit 2,000 and 3,000.
Wow.
You'll see that again later on. I was joking about this on Twitter. I'm very disappointed by the last name. Granny Hamner.
Granny Hamner.
But not Granny Hammer. I thought that would have been awesome. But Granny Hamner hit 4,000.
I've heard the name.
Bobby Malkmus. You got
Didn't know that.
You got your Malkmus jersey. He hit number 5,000. Lowell Palmer with 6.
Didn't know that name either.
Now you'll start getting to the names you recognize. Gary Maddox hit the 7,000th. Dutch hit the 8,000th. Kim Batiste hit the 9,000th. Bobby Abreu on August 7th of 2001 hit number 10,000. And just like Chuck Klein, J-Roll hit the 11th and 12,000th in Phillies franchise
That's excellent.
history. And then, of course, JT yesterday.
Wait a minute.
Can you guess who hit the 13,000th home run?
Oh, this is a nobody.
Because this is in the span of the bad days of the Phillies. So a lot of those names are historic names in Phillies franchise history.
Bamboo Brad.
No.
Give me the year. Do you have the year?
2018.
Cameron Rupp?
No.
All right, one more guess.
Oh, is your boy nap time?
No, I hated
that'd
him.
That'd be great.
Don't ever say my boy. I hated that man.
That's your boy.
I know it wasn't Sal Fasano in 2018.
I will say middle infielder, more second base for Phillies, but
Cesar Hernandez.
But played shortstop for the bulk of his career. Not Cesar. He was an NL East whore. He bounced around a little bit.
No, go on.
Gene Segura?
Asdrubal Cabrera.
Oh, my God. I never would have gotten there.
Asdrubal Cabrera
gotten that.
hit the 13,000th home run in the career of the Phillies franchise.
I'd say this team's better than that one.
Yeah, I think so as well.
That's pretty awesome, though.
All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What's up, Connor?
Hey, boys. I'm going to try and make it through this burrito breath and this one. I want a second one. But anyway, let's start off with this. This has always been a dream of mine, to be a part of Jeopardy in some way. And last night,
you're not going on as a contestant, I'll tell you that much.
I'll tell you I've qualified before, so you can take that and shove it. College tournament, but yes, that's a story for another day.
Well, they had the Division 3 week.
Yeah,
that's right, when Connor got in. Division 3.
When the question is basic
this
math.
Isn't about me.
Cartoon characters.
This is about one Jason Kelsey, who was part of his own Jeopardy category last night and gave one of the iconic answers in Jeopardy history.
Here's Jason.
I was a key part of our quarterback sneak known as the tush push. So I always smile knowingly when I hear their song, push it, push it good. Push it real good.
That's awesome.
Or salt and pepper.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
That's great. Great
Okay, that's
pronunciation
great.
and enunciation.
Plus the way he delivered that line was perfect.
And that's created by the Jeopardy folks to make a salt and pepper. I'll push it into the tush push.
Yeah.
And way to use Jason Kelsey because everybody knows Jason Kelsey.
Does that solidify? The whole category was his, by the way. But does it solidify?
Oh, well, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, it was called "The World Revolves Around Jason Kelsey" was the category.
Oh, well, that
That's
makes
great.
sense. Yeah.
But does that now solidify that as the tush push and not the brotherly shove?
Yes. I hate the brotherly shove. Whoever came up with it, all right, good for you. You were trying to be creative with something. And then Nick Sirianni was like, oh, yeah, I like that one. No, tush push is better.
No, Nick Sirianni went out and had T-shirts printed.
I go tush push greater than brotherly shove.
Okay. Well,
Not even close in the debate.
I say it is the tush push. People tried to bogart it into brotherly
and
shove.
I'm anti-brotherly shove.
It's tush push.
the debate will rage
Not
forever.
everything has to be Philadelphia related. Right?
Absolutely.
I get it, brotherly love.
The cheesesteak push.
It can just be tush push.
Right.
Plain and simple.
Next one we got here. I know you wanted this one earlier, but we promised Rob Thompson in headlines. Here's what he had to say after when asked about the Phillies' hot start to the season.
This is the best 50-game start since the 2001 Mariners. 116.
What'd they do?
They won 116 games. They were pretty good. But
They won on what?
116.
116. But what'd they do at the end?
They did not win the championship.
That's right. So you got to keep going. You know, it's you just got to keep grinding, keep pushing all the way through.
I love that answer. And
So do I.
good. And what they do? Like, that's a great.
Yeah, but the thing is, and he knew the answer.
Yeah, he did.
He wanted the reporter to tell him.
But it's just think about how quick he thought of that answer, and what they do.
Yeah,
Like that's awesome by Rob Thompson, and it's funny. I was gonna play that if I didn't know that you had it in today's headlines. That's part of the reason why I wanted to give some credit to Rob Thompson.
Well, he deserves credit. He's doing a good job.
Yeah, but you know how it is. It's the manager's fault when they lose, but it's not his. He doesn't get credit when they win.
The manager affects
10 games?
a small portion of games.
Yep.
And if that manager does poorly in that small portion of games, they're going to get ripped for it.
And if he does great and they start the best start in franchise history,
no,
in 50
because-
games,
no,
he
because
gets
they're-
credit.
There are
Why is it no?
Because there are 5 games a week for every team where the manager probably has no real thing on the outcome.
I don't think they're dragging him to the best start in franchise history.
That's not what that's not what anybody's saying.
Okay, but it's what it sounds like. We'll move on.
You don't go, they're 36-14. What are the games where you've gone, that strategic move was the big one?
I don't know, maybe losing your starting shortstop and playing infielders at every different position and winning.
And sometimes making multiple changes in one game.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
guys that have played 3 positions in a single game this year.
I like this. Captain Hook has moved away from his tendency this year.
Yeah, he has.
And his starters are pitching the longest in baseball. Now, the offense helps that.
It does.
But it also tells me that Rob Thompson's getting out of his comfort zone, and he's letting his pitchers dictate. Because Zach Wheeler, he had to literally have a meeting of the minds to be able to mend that fence.
Yep. All right, what else we got before we get to Andrews to check?
All right, last one here. Our question of the day. I'll give you a little bit more thought on it.
Do you feel that same sense of confidence that Adam Schefter is displaying, or are you still going to keep yourself grounded because you saw what happened last year?
Dude, I'll say it again, and I know I kind of made this point already, but I'm doubling down. If you're worried about last year happening again, I think you're crazy. I really do. And it might, that's partially faith-based, but I live in a world where I see something that's an anomaly. It's normally easy for me to pick out, and last year was an anomaly.
Yeah.
And what I don't do is walk around the rest of my life expecting for that anomaly to happen again, or it would be a trend. I don't see that as a possible trend. I don't know what the leadership is like or the locker room is like or the coach is like with the head coaching position, but I believe that last year is not going to happen again. And if you just look at this roster with that belief, you can't not have confidence.
No, you have to have confidence. And we'll be joined by Andrew Tzacheko momentarily.
Great job on Connor's part.
Great
though,
job, Connor, with today's headlines.
Of making a point, though.
Yes.
So many people in our business and other businesses will, like, I'll probably go down to the clubhouse today. I go to the clubhouse two handfuls of time a year, maybe. It'll be 2 handfuls. People speak like they know clubhouses, like they know locker rooms.
Right.
They don't. Bob Cooney back in the day knew the Sixers locker room.
Yeah.
Because he was there every day. He was knee-deep in it. So many guys aren't, yet they comment on it as if they know what goes on in the clubhouse or the locker room.
Well, don't let me in anymore because I tried to make the team too many times.
Right.
Exactly.
That's why I say I'll wait and see. I don't know.
Our next guy knows.
He knows absolutely.
Pretty
That's head of the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business, a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next from Inside the Birds. And, of course, our own home of 97.5 The Fanatic. We go to Andrew DeCecco. Andrew, what's going on, man? How you doing? Johnny, can you punch him up? Because my phone line is dead in here, apparently.
You're really having problems today.
I got my there he is. What's up, Drew?
No, I'm sorry. I hit the wrong one. There you go. There it is.
Well-oiled
there
machine.
We go.
What's
How
up,
are you, Andrew?
What's going on, boys? Good to be with you. Man, great time to be covering sports in this city. Phillies on an absolute tear, and football is back in South Philly.
Absolutely. and I can't wait. You were at OTAs yesterday, so we're going to try to get some of your biggest takeaways. What really stood out to you so far? I know it's light work, especially the first day of OTAs. I know it's light work, but what were some of the things that stood out to you when you were there yesterday?
Well, for context, it's May 22nd, but I would have to say that I was really enamored with the pre-snap motion and the varied formations that Kellen Moore had offensively. Isaiah Rodgers at corner, and again, for context, Keely Ringo was not there, and Eli Ricks was apparently sustained some sort of an injury and was sidelined for most of practice. So, but Isaiah Rodgers was with the first team at corner opposite Darius Slay. Zach Vaughn was with the first team at inside linebacker. Avonte Maddox saw some time at safety as well. So those are some of the things that really stood out to me. And then the depth, or lack thereof, I should say, at wide receiver without Devontae Smith, who wasn't there, and without Devontae Parker, who obviously was far from a lock to make the team. The receivers yesterday on the first team were A.J. Brown, Paris Campbell in the slot, and Joseph Ngata, second-year holdover, who was playing the outside as well.
It got me excited to see Jalen Hurts under center. How much did that to me is something that I've beaten your ear about and others, that I think that's wrong when offensive coordinators spend all their time with their quarterback in the shotgun. What did you read? Do you read anything into that? And do you think we're going to see a hell of a lot more of it?
I don't read too much into it, John, here in late May, because if you remember last summer, we saw running backs heavily involved in the passing game, and that, of course, never really materialized during the season. But I think knowing the coordinator, some of his tendencies, yes, I think that is going to be a key element in the offense. Obviously, the motion as well. He's going to run that at a high frequency, and the different formations, those are going to come with the fresh ideas that the Eagles talked about in late January. So you are going to see those things implemented into the offense.
Andrew, you mentioned one of the things that you liked right away was seeing the pre-snap motion. Is it to you, I can't believe I'm asking this question, is it important to have that in your offense? Because I know that Nick Sirianni did not value that. I remember him saying the words, "We don't motion just to motion," last year. Can you explain to me why that would be his mindset and how nice it is to have a new kind of offense where it will be implemented with Kellen Moore?
Well, it puts unique stresses on defenses. It allows you to gather intel before the snap, and it also helps in creating spacing. So I think having those sort of those wrinkles in place offensively is going to make the Eagles a little bit more dynamic and less predictable and static offensively. And then, of course, the varied formation. How often did you and I and John speak last season about the staleness of the offense and the predictability? And I think that's going to be eradicated this year with some new ideas.
So, I'm sorry, John. Why was Sirianni so against it? Like, do you have any idea why? Like, it was so confusing to me.
Yeah, nothing other than pure speculation. It's a little bit more intricate and a little bit more involved, but you have to have players in place that are able to execute it, and there's a lot of different variables that are at play there. That's the only guess that I have.
When you watch coaches in a practice situation, something like that, it really is sort of like a lab. And I know from observing it before, what do you see as far as the teaching and with the new coordinators and many new members of the staff? What do you see as far as the one-on-one teaching going on during these sessions?
Yeah, hard to gauge, but what I will say, John, is I saw Nick Sirianni as animated as ever, as hands-on as he's been in past years. So if yesterday was any indication, I don't know that he's going to be taking a step back in that regard. Never thought that he would. But I think you're going to see a lot more hands-on approach, a lot more vocal, especially with Vic Fangio. You're going to see that. and just a lot more tutelage and things like that. Jeff Stoutland's always been really good in that area. Aaron Moorhead, the wide receivers coach, that's been a hallmark of his as well. But I think you're going to see a lot more of the fundamentals being taught this summer.
We're speaking to Andrew DeCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline. Andrew, one of the guys that I'm most looking forward to getting the reports on is Jordan Davis. You're entering year 3. I don't want to see a second-half drop-off that we've seen the last 2 years. I don't think it's unfair to have higher expectations going into year 3 of my former first-round draft pick, who has been stellar, to his credit, in the first halves of seasons. What did it look? How did Jordan Davis look yesterday? Because by all reports that I've read on social media, apparently he looks great.
Yeah, he looks svelte. He looked good, and this is a big year for Jordan, obviously. You've seen the dominance in spurts, right, earlier in the season, but you want to see that be able to be sustained throughout the season. Him and Jalen Carter are the foundational centerpieces of the defense moving forward. So it's crucial that if the Eagles are to take that big leap forward like we're all expecting, that you're going to see an elevated performance from your former first-round defensive tackle. I think that everything that I've seen from Jordan thus far, he's moving well. He looks like he's in good physical shape. So I think you're going to see an improved Jordan Davis here in 2024.
Have you seen any breadcrumbs about how training camp will be different this year, or has nothing really been discussed about it?
No, nothing's really been discussed, but I would imagine, yesterday was an hour and 10-minute practice. So I think you're going to see a little bit longer practices, probably a little bit more physically demanding, just based on the way last season ended and knowing that you have a coordinator like Vic Fangio, who we all heard him speak a couple of weeks ago. You get the sense that he's going to sort of clamor for a little bit more of a longer training camp session and more detailed practices.
So I saw your tweet yesterday. I'm trying to quickly pull it up here. You did a great job posting a lot of stuff, a lot of great content. But you had the list of guys that you'll be keeping a close eye on yesterday. You had Saquon, Devin White, Jordan Davis, Jalix Hunt, Eli Ricks, Isaiah Rodgers. Who stood out to you the most out of the group that you were most looking forward to seeing yesterday?
Great question. Isaiah Rodgers, to me, would be someone that I wanted to see because obviously he hasn't played football in a year. There was a lot of fanfare when he arrived here in Philadelphia when he was cleared and reinstated, but I didn't know how he was going to fit into the cornerback landscape. Now, not having someone like Keely Ringo, who's an outside corner, and Eli Ricks out of the mix as of yesterday, those are two outside corners, so he aligned opposite Slay, and he looked natural. He didn't look like there was any signs of rust for a player that's been out of the NFL for a year, and he gave up a comeback to A.J. Brown early on, and another notable play that I remember him having was charging on a football and breaking up a pass to Dallas Goedert. So he's someone that I think is going to have to factor prominently into the slot battle once you get some of these outside corners returning to the lineup, and that's where my question lies. Where does he fit? Is he able to assume that role and work his way onto the football team? He hasn't played a lot of slot in his career, so that's going to be really telling.
I need to have you identify in the next few weeks what will be this year's buzzword. Because there's going to be one term, phrase, buzzword that's going to be over and over uttered by Nick Sirianni. So get on that for me, if you would.
I will, and you'll be the first person I text with that.
Do you have the core values memorized yet, Andrew?
Oh, he exemplifies the core values.
I'm going to put you to the test right now. What are Nick Sirianni's 5 core values?
Accountability, connecting. I don't know.
That's the only 2.
Give me a lifeline. Communication.
Communication. All right, that's 3. I forget the other 2.
Late season collapse.
Yeah.
Inability to call plays on offense.
Andrew, listen, man, we appreciate it as always. We'll be following you.
Thanks,
you do
buddy.
such a tremendous job. Everybody make sure you follow Andrew at Andrew DeCecco on Twitter. He posts a lot of great content from OTAs and, of course, all the stuff the Eagles do. We appreciate you coming on today, man.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
There he is, Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds and 97.5 The Fanatic on the Comcast Business Hotline.
His 5 core values would be different.
Yes,
one of them would be
I
like,
think so.
What would be like incredible detail study of people that we know nothing about.
Right. All right, coming up next, more of your reaction. Darius Slay, I want to get more on this. Where are we at with Darius Slay? Do we have any texts coming in on that, Connor? All right, I'm going to read some texts, or Connor will read some texts. I know we have some calls about it as well. Where are we at right now with Darius Slay? Because he is a polarizing figure, man. I still like him, but don't talk too much on the podcast there, Slay. Come on, man. Also, coming up next, Adam Schefter. We had him on yesterday. He gave flowers to the Eagles and questioned the rest of the league. We'll play both clips for you coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies pummel the Rangers. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Wendy's.
8:30 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Thursday morning. A jam-packed segment coming your way. All right?
It looks really packed.
So toward the end of the segment, you will hear the beginning of show-on-show crime.
Yes.
Oh, who we fighting?
Oh, you'll find out.
Oh, there's show-on-show crime, all right.
In the middle, or I guess the third part of this segment, you'll hear Adam Schefter giving the flowers toward the Eagles and questioning the rest of the league, or the majority of the league. The second thing we'll get into is the Darius Slay discussion. But the first thing, caller number 5 to the contest line,
wow.
215-263-0975. It pays to listen to this show.
You're tricky.
Not only do you learn very few things about sports listening to the show, you also get a chance to win $50 gift cards to Wendy's. So caller number 5 to the contest line, 215-263-0975.
That's sneaky. You never give them away in the beginning of a segment. That's awesome.
Come on, man. You'll win a $50 gift card to Wendy's. Right now, Wendy's kickstart your morning with the new breakfast burrito with loads of bacon, seasoned potatoes, fresh cracked eggs, and more. It's a complete breakfast in one hand. I made Ricky Batalico,
good to see
who is
Ricky,
in right now, try the burrito. He ate it in about 7 seconds.
And Bob had one too, and was also a fan.
Dude, the burrito. We have to start, stealing some before the others get in.
Well, we get one every time. It's fine.
You wanted a second one earlier.
Yeah, it's really good.
I got to tell you this.
Sue me.
Cooney of the staff here is one of the kindest people as far as looking out to make sure other people. He would set aside food to make sure that, Ricky had one when he came in. That other people. Bob always looks out for other people like that.
Damn right he does. And so Ricky Batalico.
In that regard.
Ricky Batalico.
Bob's a good teammate.
There's no I in Wendy's.
In that regard.
But Ricky also signs off on the Wendy's breakfast burrito. So
he does.
Make sure you check it out at participating U.S. Wendy's. All right, so that was the first thing. The second thing, I know we have a text, and I know we have somebody on the line that wants to talk. Let's go to Ike in Southwest Philly first. We're talking about Darius Slay. Where are we at with Darius Slay? I like him as a player. I really do. The podcast, I think there were some issues last year that he could have completely avoided by just not talking down about his teammates and talking about how he himself played well. You could talk to your wife about that stuff,
sure.
Right? I've gone home and talked to my wife about how I did a great job on the show, but I haven't gone out publicly and talked about how John and Connor suck. I would never do that.
You wouldn't do that.
Let's go to Ike in Southwest Philly. What's up, Ike?
Hey, what's up, yo?
What's up, Ike?
So this is the thing. I'm cool with Slay. Because here's my thing. He's a 10 to 13-year vet that's in involuntary camp and talking with it and trying to get the young people, the young players acclimated to the NFL life. That shows me leadership. I've never seen him not talk after games. So the media get their little their fill what he needs. And as far as what he say on the podcast, I have no issues with that.
I do.
Let me tell you why. See, I'm the type of dude that say no double standards. If that's how he feels, that's how he feels. Because we get on the radio stations and we get the people write stuff all the time.
Ike, you married?
Their feelings is.
Ike, you married?
So why can't they? No.
Do you have a girlfriend?
But I had chicks. I had chicks.
And you said you told them everything that you truly felt about them, even if it wasn't necessarily positive.
I'm gonna be real. At times I did. That's
why you don't have a wife.
That's why you're not married. Yeah.
Nah, see, but that's the corny thing to me. Like John.
Yeah.
John, you always say I think you always say, a lot of times you say, listen,
all right, go on.
I want the manager to get on or the player to get on and tell us what they really thinking.
I do.
But now it's like, tell us what you're thinking, but hold back a little.
But Ike, here's what you do. Sometimes the boss in a meeting will ask us, behind the scenes, what do you think could be better? If I'm asked that question, I always lead with something that I could do better. But guess what? That's what you do. That's what you're supposed to do. Look at yourself. Look at yourself first.
Let me ask you one question. Have we heard people on the team, and we got good reporters, McClain and Pacheco and everybody. Have we heard stuff come out about people not liking Slay? Because I know Devontae always big.
To your point, no, nobody has stepped up, and thanks for the call.
But we still don't know what happened last year, and we have great reporters in this town.
Right, and look, I don't know. We can ask. I haven't felt the need to ask Jeff McClain, but maybe we can next week. Like, hey, what do guys think about Darius Slay in the locker room?
Do you think potentially in a locker room that had a lot of, obviously was having issues, communication issues, dissension issues, do you think maybe a veteran player not calling out their own mistakes first and then talking about other things, that couldn't rub people the wrong way?
It could have. Look,
I think it could.
All I know is if I'm a teammate of Darius Slay's, and I might not be listening to the podcast, but it's tweeted out and it's on my timeline and I get tagged in it. And
it's not Foxhole.
Like, oh, yeah, you played really well and the rest of the team wasn't worth a bleep is what he said.
That is a quote.
That would probably rub me the wrong way.
Totally agree.
It would rub me. I think we
happened.
all as human,
yes,
it would rub you the wrong way if somebody talks down about your performance in any walk of life.
And
I remember being in college, the group project where I did the bare minimum, and it was, well, Andrew barely did anything. It's like, you're right, but I don't want to hear it.
I had a boss in business before doing radio, and he was like, "Look, John, you want to be a director? You're a director now." He says, every time you come into my office, I want you to lead with the solution for the problem that you've got.
Right.
Don't just come to me with the problem. Yeah, you're a director now.
Yeah,
it's
have
your
the
job.
solution.
So, and tell me if you think there's a problem going on, remember, you have to take ownership that you're part of that problem.
Right.
It was a great lesson. And I think that leaders know that lesson. Lead with your own issues first, and then feel free to comment on, well, and this needs to be better around me.
Right. All right, what do we have on the text line about Darius Slay, Connor?
So we have a check-in here where I think this is a very interesting way to look at it. No name on this one. It just says, love big play Slay, best corner we've had in a long time. I know we get caught up on the leadership, right? This is me editorializing here. But I think some people just see the talent of the player and don't care about the podcast stuff.
Okay. He is the best corner they've had since, I don't know. Trying to think.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to say. Am I about to say Asante Samuel? Maybe.
You might be.
No, Asante Samuel was every bit as Darius Slay.
No, I'm saying
you know
best,
what I mean.
No,
No,
I
but
feel
I'm
like I
saying
can't.
since.
No, I'm saying I can't.
Nobody
believe it's
since.
been that long.
No, nobody since.
Right? Like
Patrick
nobody
Robinson?
since.
Yeah, because he made a play.
No, that's a play.
No, like Darius Slay, I think is the best corner on the Eagles since Asante Samuel. Like,
I would agree.
It's a long time now.
I would absolutely.
I celebrate Darius Slay, and he's been everything you got for the contract and the trade and the contract.
He's
everything.
earned it.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely.
earned it all.
Absolutely. There's just some things I wish that would be cleaned up a little bit, and I think that's what rubs a lot of people the wrong way.
I get that.
Okay, so we have show-on-show crime that we might get to in the next segment.
We'll have
see.
to push it. Yeah.
But I want to play these Adam Schefter clips for you.
Let's hear this.
All right, so here's Adam Schefter giving the flowers for the Eagles, and then I'll set up why we even talked about it for the next clip.
Again, the Eagles don't have any of those issues. They've addressed them all. So none of that hangs over them. They've been proactive. So, they've done what they're supposed to do to this point to set up their team to be ready for OTAs while there are other players and other teams that have lingering issues like this right now.
So my question for Shefty was, is there any drama? Not really is there any drama with the Eagles, but how impressive is it for the Eagles to have no drama going into camp because there were no contract disputes? There's nobody's holding out, right? For the most part, a lot of people went to OTAs. I know a couple people didn't show up. It is voluntary, but it's not that they're not there because of pay.
Absolutely.
Everybody got their contracts. And so Howie Roseman gets a lot of credit for that, and Adam Schefter questions why the rest of the league doesn't do what the Eagles do.
It's just a continuation of the way that, to me, they do things. They're proactive. They try to get ahead of things. You can't get ahead of everything, and I'm surprised more teams don't try to operate that way, but that's how it is. Like, by the way, again, we mentioned all those deals for the Eagles. Am I missing something? Do we remember the last Dallas Cowboy that got a long-term deal done this offseason, that a guy they wanted to keep that they cemented in place? I don't remember that happening.
And it's amazing because you asked that question, why don't other teams do it? And Shefty's like, I don't know.
I have no idea. When Jerry Jones, by the way, has the most valuable real estate in all of pro sports.
Yeah.
And he will not go into his pockets and pay cash up front for players to give his son, who's the general manager, the payroll flexibility to do what Howie Roseman does.
Johnny Walker Black Label ain't cheap.
He's got the Johnny Walker, man. Well, remember, wasn't he at I remember the photo a couple years ago that went viral, him getting the wine at the 7-Eleven.
What?
Yeah, he got 7-Eleven wine.
Yes.
Jerry Jones, and he probably spent $10 on it. Hey, listen, man, if it's good, it's good. That's all that matters.
Hey, we need to do a wellness check on Jerry.
I would tell you this is that I think a lot of times people, why are they so rich? It's because of the decisions they make like that. They just don't. They don't. They don't spend stupid money.
Oh, did you see Devontae Smith getting ripped on social media yesterday?
Oh, for the house?
He bought his house.
I saw it.
It's not a mansion.
No, it's not a mansion.
He got ripped for it,
which is ridiculous.
He just signed for all this money, and this is the house he bought.
Like, what's he supposed to do?
Let the guy live.
I love the fact that Devontae Smith. By the way, you know what Devontae did when he got his first contract?
What?
Got his mom a house, right?
He got his mom.
That's cool. That's that.
And a beautiful place that his entire family could.
That's cool.
Congregate in. And
I
everything.
love that stuff.
That's a young man who said priorities in life.
Yep.
Pay back. I'm going to have plenty of time and plenty of cash to do whatever I want to do.
Still does spend a lot of money on those nice suits, though. Best player on the team. Not even a debate.
A lot of times he looks like the Riddler, though.
Yes, he does.
He goes with
the green.
Really wild colors.
All right, coming up next, we have show-on-show crime, Connor. John Kincade may call a lawyer.
Yeah,
What?
I might have to call a lawyer.
He believes slander is in play.
Yeah, I think it could be.
He believes defamation is in play.
And I could bankrupt one of these guys.
I believe he probably deserved it.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, around the bases with Andrew Salciunas.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Still to come on the show, we have John Clark joining us at 9:05 to talk some Phillies excitement and Eagles OTAs.
We haven't had enough Temple people on the show.
Yeah, exactly. So John's going to be joining us at 9:05. Right before that, our man Brendan Gunn, associate producer, put together another montage of another Phillies victory, the 50th game, 36th win franchise record for the Phillies. So you'll hear that montage right before Johnny Sunshine gets on these airwaves. But this segment, I know, by the way, one more $50 Wendy's gift card to give away in the 9 o'clock hour.
That's good.
So we have show-on-show crime, John.
Yeah, this is the first incidence of it. Well, it's not the first.
Well, no, I've been attacked by Tyrone, and you guys were back.
And we had your back.
No, you full of it.
I think we did.
You guys left me on the island all by myself. You guys stabbed me in the back.
You deserve to be on that island alone.
You pipe down there, Johnny the K.
Okay, well, yesterday on the Bash Kincade segment on middays with Bob Cooney.
Oh, it was the midday show.
Yeah, it was as also as I call it, Gaston and LeFou.
Oh, okay.
Is there is a little and Ray Dunn but Ray very much in the play is there to laugh at Bob's jokes and everything, which is great. But yesterday it was everybody. Here's exactly what was said. Well, everybody at the station wants LeBron James. Well, except one guy on the morning show, and then LeFou chimes in.
Oh, he does. Okay.
And he does one guy doesn't want him. Who doesn't want him? I have said on this show over and over again, you give me LeBron James, what I say, I am a selfish bastard. I will take LeBron James because I'm a selfish bastard. Because it'd be great content. I said to you, great content. I said the Sixers would be front center for the 2 years that he's here. I said the other day, there's a 4-year contract to be given to LeBron over Paul George any day of the week. Everything. I'll take LeBron James, but I'm a selfish bastard. And I do not think they would win a title if he came here.
Okay.
I do. So I make that clear. I do not think they would win a title if he came here.
I see Bobby Cooney pacing already.
But Bob said yesterday, well, one guy doesn't want LeBron. No. I said I'll take LeBron tomorrow. I'll go help LeBron pack because it will be great for us, the home of the Sixers.
Wait, you are such a double talker. It's unbelievable.
It's not 950.
I have it right here. I have it copied down. I do not want LeBron James. You cannot win a title with LeBron James. Do I think you're going to win a title with LeBron James? No. Why would you want a player that you're not going to win a title with, John?
Well,
you came on and said you can't win a title with him.
I did not. I agree with you. I'm not backing off that segment. They are not. No.
I can't even argue with you. You're such a double talker.
I don't believe they're.
You don't want LeBron James.
No, it's not the case at all. I said
why would you want somebody that you don't think can win a championship? What's your goal here?
Baby.
How about they're not going to? It is
content.
They're
baby.
not going to be the Sixers. The Sixers become the biggest. Do the Sixers become almost as big a story as the Eagles in this town?
Yes. With LeBron James,
correct.
Yes, they're another Michael Jordan.
The Sixers almost become they become the 1A story in this town, maybe even above the Phillies, all year long. The Sixers will be all year long, front page news, top story.
I'm going to ask you this.
Yes.
Do you root for Sixers content over Sixers winning?
I don't believe. How about this? I do not believe, and I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. I do not believe in the vision of Daryl Morey.
He has said that.
So I don't believe. I don't believe. So I'm not going to. I am not going to do what other Sixers fans have done for 20-some years.
So you're saying there's no way they can win?
I do not believe they are going to win. I can't say it any more ways for you, Connor. I don't believe they're going to win a championship. Do I believe if LeBron James was here, they would have won that second-round series? Absolutely. No question. I said it, and I've said that 50 times. I believe they would win. But no, I don't think that I don't think that's the answer. I don't believe with the let's go get aging stars and put them on rosters that's the win. But LeBron James, it would create so much content. It would be the greatest. This city would be on fire.
It would be.
Right. So I'm just laying out the points. So with LeBron, they don't win. With LeBron, they create content. You don't believe that Daryl Morey has a way to win.
I do not believe he
does. I
don't believe in his vision.
John believes he's just going to get older players, so why not get LeBron James instead of Paul George because of the content?
And I said I will take LeBron James on a 4-year contract. I'll pay him. I don't care if the last 2 years don't mean anything because for those 2 years, our station would kick ass for us.
Well, I would say
the city would go nuts.
I would say those 2 years the Sixers would kick ass.
And I know, but it would help. No, would they? And it would be fun to watch and interesting. I'd be all in.
I think they'd also be very good, not just fun to watch.
But there's a difference between not wanting Bronny for Bron which I am absolutely. And if you told me you have to go, give the 16th pick to get LeBron, I'm absolutely out.
I think that's silly.
I'm out. Well, that's fine.
I would
you
do
can.
it. I would
but
do
again,
it.
I'm not backing
You're
off
trading
that.
the 16th. Let's say you're just trading the 16th pick to the Lakers for LeBron James. That's it.
Do you know how many teams in basketball do that?
Right.
Every single
forget
last
the
one.
Bronny aspect of it, John. You're trading the 16th overall pick for LeBron James. You think Bronny's not an NBA player? At least it doesn't look
No,
like
he's not an NBA
All right, so
player.
you're basically giving up that pick for LeBron James.
I say I do not want to.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, I do not want it. That's fine.
You're the only person on planet Earth who doesn't make that trade.
And that is fine. I don't care if I'm the only one. I don't care that I'm the only one that says it. It doesn't bother me.
But it doesn't.
I don't need to have
you
that.
is nepotism.
What
That's what bothers
it does.
you.
It really does.
John, if you think
and foolishness.
Bronny James is a net zero,
right,
on an NBA team, then trading the 16th overall pick is the exact same thing. You're getting LeBron James out of it.
That may mean perfect logic to you and your brain. It doesn't to me, but I get it. I understand
you're just
why
stuck
you'd want to
on the
do
nepotism
it.
part
I am.
of it.
No,
That's
I am.
all you're stuck on.
Yeah, but I own that.
You would rather hurt the Sixers' chances because you have pride.
No, I'm saying is I don't
Bleep
want.
pride, Butch.
I don't want. I've already seen my franchise be a clown show once.
This is not
to
going
try
to be
to
a
win.
clown show.
Using-
LeBron brings
yeah.
a totally different
No.
sense of professionalism.
Ronnie, give me a break.
He doesn't even have to be there. He'll be with the Blue Coats. All right, coming up next, Johnny Sunshine. John Clark joins us at 9:05. And our montage of another tremendous night for the Phillies comes your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Good Thursday morning. Hope you had your safe trip into work. And if you're still on your commute and stuck in traffic, I apologize because that normally sucks. But it's going to be a beautiful day ahead of us in the Delaware Valley. Phillies game looks like the weather's going to be good with Mr. $5 weather app.
It does. It looks like you should be fine this afternoon, so no excuses for like a young, able-bodied male to not want to go to the game, and even if they have to stand.
That's where you're wrong. I'm not able-bodied.
Who are you talking about?
My back hurts.
Oh, my back hurts.
Carrying you two
Connor's
all day.
back is
too many reps in the gym yesterday.
Setup was great.
Too many reps,
Connor
man.
sounds like the guy on the Testafin commercial. Like, seriously, at this point.
All right, coming up at 9:05, John Clark from NBC 10 will be joining us to talk about a little bit of the Phillies, a little bit about the Eagles, probably get into some Sixer stuff with him. John could talk about quite literally everything, as he is everywhere when it comes to Philadelphia sports. But before we get to John Sunshine, I want to play the montage. Our man Brendan Gunn, associate producer, put one together yesterday. It was a ton of fun to listen to. Well, there is even more to put together today because they put up 11 runs last night to set a franchise record, 36 wins through their first 50 games. Here is how it sounded yesterday, courtesy of NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Fans are rolling in the gates here at Citizens Bank Park. Yeah, the Phillies fans will be here, and they'll be loud just as they were last night. It's been a great homestand so far. The Phils looking for Game 2 against the defending world champions. They begin play tonight. They're 21 games over the 500 mark. Runs the count to 1-1. That one's off the glove of the pitcher Dunning. Oh, and it's dropped by the first baseman Lowe.
Some funky things going on in this ball game.
There's a line drive into the right center field alleyway. One run is in. Castellanos on his way to third. RBI single for Marsh. It's a 2-1 game. There goes Marsh. They step off, and now it goes into center field. Castellanos will score. Second error of the inning for the Rangers. 2-2 game. Line drive to left field. That'll stay in the yard, but it's going to take a one-hop off of the wall. Marsh gets to it quickly. Here's his throw to third on one hop. He is out at third. What a throw by Marsh. JT whacks one to deep left field. Going back is Carter. It is long gone. Towering home runs for JT. It's his 6th of the year. It's a 12-game hitting streak. The Fanatic is capturing it all. And the Phillies have taken a 3-2 lead. Line drive out to right. That's going to drop for a hit. Castellanos will stop at second. And Marsh is 2 for 2. All right, here comes Bruce Bochy. So that's going to be it for Dunning. With Edmundo coming up. JT Realmuto hit a home run in the 3rd inning. His 6th of the year. It was the 14,000th home run in regular season for the Phillies franchise. That ball's hit well out to right field. Going back on this hill. It is gone! 14,001! 3-run opposite field home run for Sosa. Line drive into left field, a base hit. That'll get at least 2 home. And JT has a 3 RBI night. The Phils have some insurance. It's an 8-3 game. Fly ball, shallow center field. Long run in for Tavares. Out is Seager. It drops in front of Tavares. 2 more runs across the plate, and nobody's covering second. 10-3 Phils. They've busted it open. And a high fly ball to deep right field. That's a long one. Number 12 for Bryce Harper. It's 11-4 Phillies.
We talked about it in the open. He's starting to heat up quite a bit.
We go to the top of the 9th inning, and the Phillies will turn to relief pitcher Jose Ruiz to try to get the last 3 outs and take the first 2 games of this series against the Rangers. Phillies are 20-8 here at this great ballpark this year.
Great job.
A second backhanded by Harper on the slide. Flips underhand in time. The Phillies have won another series. They've won 15 consecutive series. They win it tonight by a final score of 11-4. Enjoy it, everybody.
Winners of 15 consecutive series, man.
That's unreal.
Thank you to Brendan Gunn, our associate producer, for putting that together. A tremendous night last night at Citizens Bank Park. 15 straight series the Phillies have won, man.
So they were 8-8. They were 8-8.
Yeah.
And now they're 36-14.
That's unbelievable.
That's absurd. Man. It's awesome.
It's unbelievable. We're trying to get John Clark on. Maybe he's got the do not disturb because it's an early morning.
Could be.
Because look, he's got a late night. He was at the Phillies game yesterday. I'll shoot him a text there.
Well, he's everywhere.
Yeah, he is everywhere. I'll shoot him a text.
And who knows who came in at the airport last night that he used
and that's the other thing.
the secret bat cave to the airport.
Well, the first thing I was going to bring up was it was a busy day for John Clark because he's at NovaCare pretty much all day for OTAs, and then he goes to the ballpark yesterday, and he was there early.
And he always looks spiffy and fresh. I swear he has a mobile shower. I think he does. I think he has whether it's in his car or not, that he can just go and he can shower.
All right, I think you can ask him about that because you can ask him about his mobile shower if he has one.
He always looks spiffies. What can I say?
He'll be joining us momentarily. We'll talk to him about the Phillies. We'll talk about Eagles OTAs as well. Another fun day today talking about the Birds. We've been comparing them to the 2022 roster and whether or not they have enough to try to get back to the Super Bowl. And we've talked about the confidence level because Adam Schefter, who joined us yesterday, as he does every single Wednesday, Shefty said baseline, John, 12 wins without even looking at the schedule.
And it does sound like that's where you should be. When you're expected to be a division winner, you should be expected to be a 12-win team. That should be around where you would shake out. And I think Shefty's point was as much about the rest of the teams in the NFC East are just which one scares you. And he says, in his own words, none of them.
Yeah, I mean, he's not worried about and I say worried, but he's not a fan, so it's not like he's worried about any of the teams like, oh, I don't want the Eagles to lose the division. No, he just straight up says, you, as Eagles fans, don't have to worry about the Dallas Cowboys, the Washington Commanders, or the New York Giants. And that's kind of why I said what I said last week, that I think the Eagles win the division comfortably.
Yeah, you did, and that's chestier than I would get.
It is chesty, and it's something that we don't see in this division very often. But I just look at the way this team is built going into the season. I know it's strictly on paper right now, but they've done a lot. The Cowboys have done nothing, and the other teams are rebuilding.
And the Cowboys have not committed to long-term answers.
No, they have not.
And whether they're coaching staff or even star players. And you know that's grating on some of them. That's not creating a workplace atmosphere that has got people feeling comfortable.
No. All right, so we'll talk about it all right now on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From NBC Sports Philadelphia and NBC 10, he was everywhere yesterday. That, of course, John Clark. Johnny, good morning. How you doing today?
Morning. What a time in Philly sports, huh?
Yeah, a pretty busy day for you yesterday. You're at OTAs. Then you're hanging out with some comedians before the first pitch yesterday. Then you're there for the Phillies game. Pretty busy day for John Clark, huh?
I love it. What else would you rather be doing, right?
Yeah, you're all over the place.
That's a good point.
I mean, it's when you look at like what we've got going on down at the ballpark right now with this Phillies team. You've been around so many of them. What do you sense is different when you're in the clubhouse?
That's a really good question. I think what it's about is, a couple years ago, they collected a bunch of really good free agents to add to some decent players that they had. And those players, they all went through a shared experience together. First of all, they all like each other. They all like hanging with each other. It's a loose, chill clubhouse. They've got a great leader in Kyle Schwarber. You've got an intense guy in Bryce Harper. You've kind of got the mind of the team in JT Realmuto. But they went through shared experiences going to the World Series, and then last year they were crushed that they lost the last two games at home to the Diamondbacks. And they've really, from what all the guys have said, they've been on a mission with this, and they're not letting that happen again. So I think it's that shared experience of failure last year and coming back with a chip on your shoulder and showing that you are the best team money can buy. And that's what they've done.
Now, how much credit do you give Rob Thompson for this? You know how it is. We rip the manager when they lose, but don't really give him much credit when they win. I saw you tweet out what he said yesterday after the game when he was asked about the Mariners' start back in 2001 when they won 116 games, and his response was, yeah, what did they do? And it was not winning the World Series. How much credit are you giving Topper for all this?
Yeah, look, I'm the type of guy that believes more in the manager setting the environment every day and in the workplace, more so than, okay, yeah, he made a bad bullpen move here. He should have pinch hit here. Yeah, that's going to happen with a manager. But just like Charlie Manuel was the perfect guy for that clubhouse, I think Rob Thompson's the perfect guy for this clubhouse. Bryce Harper, I don't think, is the kind of guy who wants a manager that's yelling a lot at everybody. Now, Rob Thompson will bring in a guy when something is going wrong, he'll bring him into his office just like Charlie Manuel did. So I think Rob Thompson is the perfect guy for this clubhouse. And I think Bryce Harper, when something's not right, I think he's the guy that will that can be the guy that sets the tone. Kyle Schwarber's also kind of the pulse of the clubhouse and makes it fun for everybody and gets to know everybody and brings guys together. But I think Rob is the perfect guy. I disagreed last year with him in the playoffs. I thought he should have pinch hit for Rojas sometimes. And maybe a managerial move here and there. But it's overall environment every day, and these guys love coming to work every single day. The clubhouse is so loose. They have so much fun. You've got the young guys, the daycare. It's such a good mix. Dave Dombrowski did a tremendous job with the mix of this clubhouse.
John, we did a lot of talk in the last 2 years before last season about Nick Sirianni and that culture and that energy around his team, his locker room, his franchise. And then last year it appeared to all fall apart down the stretch. Do you believe that that's something that can be returned to with everybody having a short memory about what went down last year at the end of the year?
You're talking about the Eagles?
Yes.
Yeah, look, I mean, that was pretty stunning because you had some great leaders on the Eagles, tremendous leaders, Jason Kelsey, and all the leaders that they had, but the slide still happened. And I just feel there must have been a disconnect with the players and the coaches, but I do think with bringing in new coaches on both sides of the ball, better coaches, and we're seeing it already at minicamp and the organized team activities. Yeah, I think this team learned from what happened last year. And if they ran out of gas and all the things that happened, a combined failure, Jason Kelsey the other day told me it was a catastrophe. It was that bad. So, yeah, I do think that can be rectified with a similar group of guys and then adding new guys coming in. I think new blood and bringing C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, I think that does a lot for the defense. So yeah, I think that Nick Sirianni learned a lot as well from that, and I think he'll be better for it. And I'm glad that they have Kellen Moore running the offense and then Vic Fangio running the defense, and let Nick Sirianni concentrate on the vibe of the locker room and the relationships and being a CEO coach. I do think it's a good setup for this situation.
What were some of the things that stood out to you most at the beginning of your marathon day yesterday when you were at OTAs? Some of the players or some of the structure. What stood out to you most at NovaCare yesterday?
Well, listen, guys, I don't want to get out of control with judging, an hour and a half of seeing guys kind of without hitting or anything like that. But Jalen Hurts, he looked a little faster, looked a little quicker than he did last year. Saquon Barkley, when you're in person and you see Saquon and the quads and the physique, I mean, my goodness, I don't know how guys are going to tackle him in the cold winter months with those legs. And then A.J. Brown, to me, I mean, he is built. He's built like Megatron. I mean, he is big. So I think offensively, you're just really impressed with seeing that talent up close and all the things they can do. I saw a lot of motion from Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore was the guy out there that was, sending in the plays to run, and he was organizing the Eagles' offense. Nick Sirianni was more of the looking at everything that was going on, and he chewed out a couple guys when they weren't doing the right thing. So he's kind of the CEO head coach back there. But to me, yeah, I liked a lot of the things that I saw on offense, a lot of the motion and getting Saquon Barkley involved in the passing game. But I think the big question is, can Cam Jurgens and the offensive line be the same when you don't have the mind of Jason Kelsey and all the things that he did mentally and knowing everybody's job on the offensive line and setting the protections. And Jason was one of the best in the NFL at that. So to me, it's not the physicality with Cam Jurgens. Can he do the things that Jason Kelsey did from the mental side? And defensively, I love the shape that Jordan Davis is in. I love the shape that Jalen Carter is in because I think they're going to play more than they did last year. And then in the secondary, you see that there are really interchangeable parts in that secondary. Avonte Maddox starts out in the slot, but then he can come in and play safety, and Reed Blankenship comes off the field. And they have so many defensive backs, and James Bradbury wasn't there yesterday. Maybe he won't even be on the team. But a lot of those parts in the secondary can be interchangeable, and that kind of like the Chiefs are able to do with their secondary, it's really going to throw some offenses off.
How do you think the different voices will be met with by those players? I'm not worried about Carter and Davis dealing with hard coaching. They played for Kirby Smart, who very much and Vic Fangio, him have a lot in common. But, I mean, it's a big change, a message, of a change of volume maybe in delivery of coaching if you go by history.
Yeah, I agree. And I asked Darius Slay that question yesterday because you've heard a couple of the Dolphins chirping already that they love their new defensive coordinator and that he's a better human being than Vic Fangio and he listens to the players and talks to the players. So I asked Slay that question, and Slay said the leadership on this team is so good, and he's accepting of Vic Fangio's coaching, and Jalen Carter said he is. Slay said the leadership is the difference, and that they have great leadership, and that the guys are all together. And so that something like that would not happen here in Philly. So I do think that I do think that is something to watch, because there's not many old school coaches left in the NFL. Coaching is all now, it's more of a partnership with the players. It's not telling them to go do something. It's, hey, you got to go do this, and here's why. And it's more of a partnership. So it'll be interesting to see. That's something I'm going to watch. But Slay said the leadership that they have on the Eagles is going to be a big reason why everybody is together with Vic Fangio on the defense.
John, you're the man. We appreciate it. I know you had a busy day yesterday. Continues. We got Phillies coming up at 1 o'clock today. So good luck with everything. We'll be following you along on social media. And, of course, we always love having you on here on the station.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, keep up the good work, fellas. Have a good one.
Thank you. There he is, John Clark from NBC 10, NBC Sports Philadelphia on the Comcast Business Hotline. You know what? The Vic Fangio aspect, because so much is made about scheme. Right, we talk about the scheme. Maybe that team needed more of a hard-nosed coach last year.
I hear people talking about, well, Vic Fangio is going to come in here and he's going to be a demanding coach. And again, Kirby Smart and Vic Fangio, same cloth.
Yeah.
Kirby can give you a hug, but Kirby is kicking your backside the entire time. Off season, everything. These guys are very used to tough, in your face, being chewed out coaching.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. What do we know about Sean Desai?
Sean
Not
Desai.
much, by the way.
Here's the deal.
He coached the Eagles last year defensively.
Here's what we heard about Sean Desai. Sean Desai was a respected person that they thought struggled with making big decisions. I remember that literally being reported about.
That was.
Okay. How about personality?
Nothing. We know nothing about him.
No, and then apparently he was like a good guy.
Yeah, sure. That's what I say about a dude I've met like once at a bar.
Right.
Like, he's a good guy. Like, you need someone who's going to lead this defense and create. We talk about leadership issues. I think Vic Fangio has proven over his career he has leadership. He's been a head coach.
Sure, yeah.
You might not agree with the strategy, but you're going to know what it is.
Right. And
I
look,
love it.
We have seen it where what was the John DeFilippo? Remember the Wentz and DeFilippo? Like, they hated each other, but Wentz was at his best with John DeFilippo. Sometimes there are hard-nosed head coaches where eventually you get tired of hearing it. But last year, maybe they needed that kind of tough love or structure that maybe Vic Fangio brings.
I said it before the year, and I, by the way, thought they'd go to the Super Bowl.
Me too.
But I was very concerned. My number one concern was two inexperienced coordinators taking over.
Yeah. Now you have two experienced guys.
And it played out.
Now it's the complete opposite.
Not many times do you see a Super Bowl team, first of all, lose both coordinators, which they did, but then replace them with two guys with no pedigree.
Right. Sean Desai barely had any pedigree.
That's a big mistake. That's a big mistake.
Coming up next, we have another Phillies game today. So we'll do a little preview of that Phillies game today. Can they sweep the defending World Series champions? I know I mentioned it during Around the Bases, but some incredible numbers from the Phillies so far this season in their 36-14 start through 50 games. I will give you those numbers next. And Matt Gelb. I think he was on with Bob Cooney yesterday. Forgive me, I forget. I don't know if it was Middays or Best Show Ever, but Matt Gelb was on yesterday and gave an incredible stat about Ranger Suarez and his out pitches in his last start. You need to hear it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
this Thursday morning. Still to come, we have the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, and we have the second appearance of Bob Cooney on the show today. Bob Cooney coming your way for the crossover around 9:50. But still to come in this segment, I will promise you now, at some point, we will give away the final $50 Wendy's gift card. At some point this segment.
Which are spectacular.
The burritos were devoured this morning. All the other food, the French fries were gone. Or not the French fries.
They're like with the potato wedges.
Potato wedges.
I didn't even see one.
The seasoned potato wedges.
Yeah, there are people inside these walls that took
They're like the Wildwood Sasquatch. I don't know if they ever existed.
By the way, we got Tristan Holman checked in about the Wildwood Sasquatch. Apparently, it's a mini golf course.
And it's a mini golf course, but he walks the boardwalk.
Yeah, so he advertised.
And he goes places, and like you'll see the mini Sasquatch having like stopping and getting a pizza.
So some poor 16-year-old that's probably getting like $6 an hour is walking around.
I don't know. We got a text from Hugh from media who says, I've been in Wildwood for the entire summer for the last 15 years and never have heard or seen the Sasquatch.
There are pictures all over the. All you have to do is just Google it.
Yeah,
and there are pictures
of the
all
Loch
over.
Ness Monster too. It doesn't mean they're real.
Yeah, dude, I've never seen this Wildwood.
And you say Sasquatch? You say
Sasquatch? Yeah, Sasquatch.
Sasquatch.
Yeah, I don't. You say
Sasquatch. Sauce.
Eric O'Neill checks in. He said, I love me some barbecue sauce squatch. You say it like sauce.
Barbecue sauce squatch. Sauce squatch.
It's Sasquatch.
I just didn't know there was.
Like you're back talking someone. You're giving them sass.
Yeah,
you're giving them a Sasquatch?
Yeah,
there it is.
Sauce squatch.
Sasquatch.
The only person I've ever heard say that. All right, so I have a piece that will be going up on 975thefanatic.com, our digital content.
That's always good.
You got one tomorrow that I'm excited for. Is it going up tomorrow?
It's going up later today, I believe.
Okay, so we'll discuss this
awesome.
tomorrow. We'll debate this tomorrow.
That's good.
Because I think there is debate.
Don't you dare do that debate in front of me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
that's
we can't.
right.
No, we will
Connor
not
has
give
to
it away.
absolve. Maybe like B Gun will sit in during that segment.
Yes,
because it involves the smells of the shore. So
Yes.
and Connor can't smell. It's as if he's never told you before.
He can't smell.
You're the ones who rub it in my face all the time.
All right.
What?
Mean.
So 5 big numbers from the Phillies season so far. Milestones, records, and then just individual statistics. So I've told you, obviously, a lot that they set a record for their most wins through 50 games this season, 36-14. I told you yesterday the best was the 1946 Boston Red Sox, who went 40 wins, 9 losses, and a tie.
Okay, that's
Come
crazy.
on, what are you doing tying? But that means the Phillies were 4 wins away from the greatest start in the history of Major League Baseball through 50 games. The Phillies set a franchise record in April this year with 19 wins. And then the Ranger Suarez numbers, remember we played it from Jason Stark a few weeks ago at the best show ever, that after his 8 starts, he was 7-0 with an ERA of 1.50. We haven't seen that since 1908. Yesterday I told you the numbers that through 10 starts being 9-0, having an ERA under 1.50, we haven't seen since Juan Marichal in 1966. And then, of course, the home run milestone yesterday, the 14,000th home run in Phillies franchise history was hit by JT Realmuto yesterday. Now, something that I found very interesting, now this is very baseball geekdom of me, but it also shows how impressive Ranger Suarez has been this season, all of his pitches. So, Matt Gelb, did we find out if it was best show ever midday show yesterday? I apologize. I want to give the show the proper credit. I just saw it in the Sound for Updates folder. We have an audio folder from all the guests that we have on the day, and it doesn't give credit to the show that it was on. But it was either best show ever or midday show. So I'll give him credit after the clip, Connor. We'll figure it out. But here's Matt Gelb yesterday on the station talking about Ranger Suarez and his 10 strikeouts from his last outing.
You saw it last night, exactly why he's doing what he's doing right now. And we had 10 strikeouts, right? And he used 5 different pitches to record strike 3. You know, he had 4 strikeouts on the 4-seamer, 2 on the sinker, 2 on the curveball, 1 on the changeup, 1 on the slider. He has so many different ways that he can beat you right now, and he is throwing strike 1. Once he gets to 0-1, I mean, there's just so many different paths you can take, and as a hitter, you have to protect from a lot of different things. And Aaron Nolan, I think, said it best in my story. He's like, you can't sit on a location, can't sit on a specific pitch. Because Rangers can locate just about anything, and he can throw just about anything in any count to a lefty or righty.
He was with the best show ever yesterday. Matt Gelb was. So 10 strikeouts in his last start. Five different out pitches. How many times have you heard, oh, this guy's out pitch is the four-seam fastball up in the zone. This guy's out pitch is the slider low and away, or the backdoor slider to left-handed hitters. He used 5 different pitches to get a strikeout his last outing.
I told you that the role he's on, it reminds me a lot of Greg Maddux.
Yeah, you did say that a few weeks ago.
And I love how he moves it around the strike zone, and also too, how he didn't have many swinging strikeouts.
Yeah.
He was freezing guys. They have no idea. They have no idea
because they don't know what's coming. Like when you throw, like as a hitter, the baseball players, right? Oh, this guy stinks. No, they're the best baseball players in the world. Like Garrett Stubbs, even though he hits 103, would hit 600 in my Sunday league, right? Like these guys are the best players in the world.
Maybe 450.
Depends who's on the bump.
Maybe 450.
He's hitting 600, and the only reason why he's not in 1,000 is because he probably hits a liner right to the glove of somebody not paying attention. What Ranger Suarez is doing, these hitters, the best hitters in the world, they can't sit, all right, 1-2, this guy normally throws a curveball here. With all the data, with all the analysis, analytics, like guys have out pitches. They don't know what's coming. So that's why they freeze, or that's why you see ugly pitches. He's a guy that can pitch backwards, the term that he could throw a curveball to start an at-bat and get it over the zone for strike one. And now you're like, oh, man, he threw curveball first pitch. I don't know what's coming up next. That's why he's been so effective in his career, period, but especially this season.
He's been incredible. I mean, it's so much fun to watch, and it's an emergence of a guy who, by the way, has one more year left on his contract, and I just hope that Dave Dombrowski's all over that.
They will be. There's no way they.
I'm surprised we haven't heard about it. I mean, he's.
I'm not.
Got a year and a half left. Like I want to see this. I want to see a deal get done here.
We've seen at the end of seasons.
Well, we saw.
Remember, Rob Thompson got the deal at the end of last year. He got the 2-year extension at the end of last season.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if they work something out.
I just hope they do not let Ranger Suarez go into next year as a free agent, like in his free agent year.
Can't see that.
I don't think they will.
They let Nola do it.
But the other thing we know from this regime with the Phillies, when was the last time we saw them give someone an in-season extension? Like,
not often.
They just don't do it.
Not often.
So.
That is correct.
It'll happen.
Zach Wheeler's extension this year was right before the season had started. So it's going to happen.
Realmuto's was after season.
Right.
Yeah.
They just don't like to do it in season. And this year, the team's mantra, one of their things has been, we're focused.
Right.
So I'm sure they don't want to, bring that up right now.
Yeah, they're not really worried. I imagine they're not worried about contracts right now. Now, speaking of contracts, hold on. I know this isn't Philadelphia related.
Okay.
This would be terrible if this actually happened because it would suck for us. Did you see what Jalen Brunson is talking about?
No.
You didn't see this?
No.
Jalen Brunson is up for a max.
He's good.
It's already.
But he has to be next year, right, to get the max?
Yeah. It's being reported that Jalen Brunson is willing to take like $100 million less.
Adam Silver, find this man.
Wait a minute.
I'll try
so you're telling me Brunson's going to sign this summer when he could get this? He could get a supermax next year, right?
So that it helps.
No.
So that it helps continue to keep the team around and continue to build the team.
Oh my gosh! No way. $100 million less.
I gotta try to find
That's incredible.
The exact report. I saw it yesterday.
That would be an incredible.
And then it's funny. Here you go. Jalen Brunson. This is from Steve Popper, who covers the Knicks for Newsday Sports.
Okay.
Which, look,
no, Newsday's real. That's that's a real outlet. That's not like a.
Jalen Brunson is expected to sign a 4-year, $156 million contract extension with the Knicks instead of waiting for next summer and signing a 5-year, $270 million deal.
You're kidding me.
So it's being reported.
That's incredible if that happens.
And part of the reason is so that he can keep the team intact.
Okay, that's incredible to me.
And that would suck for us.
We only have one hope: Tobias Harris to the New York Knicks.
Yeah, that would really
the only thing that can save us.
That honestly, that would suck for us.
That would suck for us because
why would he do this?
Because he wants to win. I guess. I don't know.
And look,
I love that.
$156 million is still life-changing money. It's fully guaranteed in the NBA, but
I can't imagine.
I couldn't imagine. It's funny. During my drive in this morning, I had the ESPN overnight. What leads up to our show at 6:00. and Dak Prescott was being asked at the podium yesterday about his contract talks. And he said it's not in my control. It's my agent and the team. But he dropped one of the BS lines of all time. I mean, I would play for free if it meant if I had to play for free. I love football so much, I would play for free. Like, no, you wouldn't. You're going to take the millions of dollars that you're going to get. But it's amazing to hear reports or read reports.
If that happens, honestly, that would be life-changing for the franchise. And honestly, for the sport.
It would suck for us big time.
No, it would suck big time.
I mean, how many times does a team-friendly deal actually happen? Like in the NBA?
In the NBA? No, in the NBA.
Make me say it.
No, in the NBA.
Make me say James Harden.
Well, yeah, his $36 million that he got. I get what you're saying. But, no, there was also with a greater goal in mind for him.
Wow.
If they had paid him $38, he may have played Game 7. He may have shown up for Game 7.
That's why I didn't want to say
But it's amazing. Jalen Brunson might be willing to take $100 million less.
Okay, that's crazy. I have not read that. That's crazy to me.
It's crazy.
$100 million. Who's your financial advisor?
Coming up, yeah, exactly. Come on. If you're the agent, you're going, dude, stop.
The agent does what the agent does. Exactly.
Don't put that out there. Don't do that. Coming up next, the Key 3, the 3 best minutes from today's show, and then our crossover with one Bob Cooney. All your way next, Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bit.
Salciunas, 97.5, the Fanatic during the break, talking about some old jobs that we did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the good old days. Some places not standing anymore.
So do we all work in food at one time?
I have a rule. At some point, I will make Cooper get a job in the food industry.
You should. Because it
helps you pay respect to people in the food industry.
I
know people that have never worked in the food industry, and I can tell just by sitting down and eating with them.
And watching how they treat the wait staff.
Yep.
How they tip. Or don't tip. Or, I worked at the Newtown Squire.
That's awesome.
Which is Tekka in Newtown Square now. And it was awesome. It was a great thing.
I know someone that did this once to the waitress.
No, they
finger.
didn't.
You're watching on YouTube.
No.
The finger they come here. Finger.
Yeah.
Not the wave down. Hey. No, the come here.
Last time
I do that to Cooper sometimes.
What are you, an angry elementary school teacher?
Hey, I don't. One of the few places you see me not talk is a plane. I had a guy next to me on the aisle say, "Stewardess."
Oh yeah, that's horrible.
I said, "Stewardess."
What are we doing?
And I literally
this is 1960.
I said, "Stewardess," and that's what I said. Is it 1975?
If that dude's in the exit row, I'm opening the door.
I'm telling you, I'm going to make Cooper get a job one way or another somehow in the food industry.
I like it.
All
It's
right,
a good thing.
It's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Johnny, good morning.
Nice drive right into work, and then it's raining now, but it'll be fine for the Phillies, it looks like.
Oh, that's all that matters, and hopefully the Phillies can win their 37th game of the season
What did you say? Check the numbers. That's not right.
They are 36-14 through 50 games this season.
Are you sure?
36-14, Johnny, which sets a franchise record through their first 50 games. This franchise is going back to 1883. They set a franchise record today. They go 19-9 in the month of April, which was a franchise record for wins in the month of April. They are 16-3.
Those 3 games
so
they lost,
far in
though.
May.
This lineup sets the table for everyone.
Oh, yeah, guys get on base.
There's RBI opportunities for everyone in this lineup, and it's truly incredible right now what we're seeing.
You know where the Eagles stand in the NFC East. You know what they have talent-wise. You know what they did during the offseason with the coordinators, bringing in Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. Do you have that same confidence, or are you still going to try to keep yourself grounded because of what happened last year, which was more than just talent, which was more than just probably bad coordinators? There was a lot of issues that happened with the Eagles last season that we still don't know the true story of. But are you going to allow yourself to have that kind of confidence that Shefty is showing right then?
I refuse to be skeptical.
Okay.
I can be skeptical about chemistry, which you can, but when I'm evaluating teams, I always have to go with, I love the coordinator hires. So, like if Vic Fangio comes in here and this defense craps the bed, I'm going to feel really stupid because I am a believer that he's going to come in here. There's an adult in charge. I love Kellen Moore. You know I am Kellen Moored up. So I refuse to be skeptical when I look at the roster and I look at the coordinators. To me, I think 12 that's perfectly fine.
From NBC Sports Philadelphia and NBC 10, he was everywhere yesterday. That, of course, John Clark.
All the guys have said they've been on a mission with this, and they're not letting that happen again. So I think it's that shared experience of failure last year and coming back with a chip on your shoulder and showing that you are the best team money can buy. And that's what they've done.
Even when they fell behind last night, you don't even blink with this team when they fall behind early.
No, because you know at any given moment the bats can come to life, and they're down 2-0 in the bottom of the second. They scored 2 runs, then 1 run in the third, then 3 runs in the fourth, then 4 runs in the sixth. The crooked numbers, when you look at the box score, innings 1 through 9, and you see 3 different crooked numbers, 2, 3, and 4. You just realize that this offense can catch fire at any time. And then, of course, there's guys that can do damage with one swing of the bat. Saquon Barkley, this will get you giddy. Yesterday, he realized how good this team was when he lined up on 7-on-7.
Biggest thing, that struck me is our first 7-on-7 huddle. You see A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and Jalen Hurts. It's not a bad group to be out there with, and that's not even including the offensive linemen.
I mean, he's basically talking as a fan would, right? Where I go, oh my God, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert from Inside the Birds, and of course, our own home of 97.5 The Fanatic. We go to Andrew DeCecco.
For context, it's May 22nd, but I would have to say that I was really enamored with the pre-snap motion and the varied formations I think Kellen Moore had offensively.
The Alec Boehm thing, though, his ability to step up in clutch situations, you almost just assume now that they're going to get something out of it. His approach at the plate is great.
And he's going to drive in 46 runs through 50 games, John. In his last 10 games, there have only been 3 games where he's not driven on a run. Like, that doesn't happen.
And there's so many guys on this roster that you could say, this guy, almost every game, they contribute something. This team's special, and it's so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
They are an incredible team to watch.
All right, that's a Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, the 3 best minutes from today's show, arguably. And now we are joined by one Bob Cooney. Hello,
Good
Bobby.
morning, boys.
Look at the
Good
shirt.
to see you again.
So I noticed
Can
something.
you tell it's Friday?
But I
for Bob?
noticed something about the shirt.
What?
What do you notice about the shirt? It's a great shirt for our YouTube
I love
audience.
the
You
shirt.
see it. If you're just listening on the radio, Bob's wearing a Hawaiian shirt. Today's his last day of the week.
It's great on him, but if I wore that, I'd get crucified.
No, you wouldn't.
No,
I think that is
I'm pro Hawaiian shirt.
I am pro. I think that's a great shirt.
But
Tell him not to talk because I don't have my headphones.
What do you notice about it?
Andrew has a problem.
The
that
cuffed sleeves?
All the palm trees are upside down.
Not if you're
No, they
looking
aren't.
up at
Right
me.
there.
They
All
aren't.
right,
Andrew.
Fine, one
right
on the
there.
side.
One aside. No, there's
look-
there's a few on this side.
Stand, all right,
that are
stand
not.
up and face.
feel
Cue
it.
face John,
doesn't
please.
wanna do
This is a great segment for radio.
Oh, I see it there.
Why, but why? I'm confused as to why that would be the design.
So we got Brian Mitchell. Brian Dawkins is going to join us at 1:30.
Brian Mitchell?
Brian Dawkins is going to join us at 1:30 today. Talk about his golf outing.
Nice, I love that.
Which we are
looking
going
forward
to
to
be.
it.
Yeah, you're going to play, right?
I'm going to play.
Yeah,
We're going to be there next. Why aren't you playing, Andrew?
I got the email, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Bob Cooney doing the show. Special guest golfer, John Kincade. Andrew's just in this email to know what's going on.
To say, haha, you're not
And I'm like,
golfing.
oh.
They wanted to say, well, it is in out in Landview, so it's in my area of the
I
country.
got you.
So why don't? Where is Landview?
Landview is like a Westchester, West Goshen. That area.
So it's officially called Landview?
No, it's not officially called Landview. It's
Oh.
like sort of saying Westchester is Westchester, but Westchester can be any one of a number of areas.
Because I heard you say Landview before, and I was like, I've never heard of Landview.
I live in Sewell, right?
Yeah.
Sewell is
I used to live there.
Mantua, Washington Township.
Yes.
There's multiple Sewells.
Yes, there is.
Within Sewells.
Yes.
Now, remember
Okay.
you said the Sewells had like three different cities within the zip
Okay, I'd
codes.
never heard of a Landview, though.
There you go, double
that's-
L.
it's
Like
always-
Lanark.
It's always good to learn something.
You learn something
Yeah,
every day.
so we got him, and I have a special co-host today.
What?
Ray
Bill
Dunn.
Calarula. Oh.
Ray Dunn
What?
is in with me in studio today.
What?
That's right.
The union
the
play-by-play
union guy.
guy.
It was funny because I mentioned it to him one day, and he said, sorry, you got to call my people. So I did. I got in touch with his people. They said it was okay. So he's
Cue
going to
the
sit.
dupes.
He's the co-pilot today, so we're going to have a lot of fun. Yes, it's my last day before I leave here for a few days, so it might be a little off track.
All right, well,
Bob
you
loves
enjoy yourself today.
Summer.
Do my best.
What number? Because I forgot to do it. Give me a number 1 through 10.
4.
Call number 4 to the contest line, 215-263-0975 will win it. Why are you shaking your head, producer? $50 Wendy's gift card right now at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with the new breakfast burrito with loads of bacon, seasoned potatoes, fresh cracked eggs, and more. It's a complete breakfast in one hand, only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Hey, AACR loves your support, and we appreciate you being so generous to it. 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Be like our generous sponsors. Please contribute, because cancer research is going to save people's lives in your family.
We're heading to the Phillies game, man.
Yes.
Separately.
I
but
cannot wait.
Maybe I'll meet you up.
I think I'm going to meet you up somewhere.
Maybe we'll see. Bob Cooney coming your way next. Midday Show with Ray Dunn as the co-host. We'll be back at it tomorrow on a Fanatic Friday. Kincade and Salciunas. Jeez, every time it's my damn